Chapter 3904. Senior Lu Chun. As of now, Lin Ling knew quite a few of the 9 continents' vicious 10. Immortal Temple, Creation Alliance, Tomb Guardian Race, Resting Place of Heroic Spirits, Ancient Demon Race, Great Devil Sect, and 10 Ghost Race. Who would have thought that another one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils would surface? As for the strength of the Serpent Clan, Lin Ling had no doubt about it. However, if Lin Ling joined, wouldn't he be controlled by others? This was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. Senior, what if I refuse? Thinking of this, Lin Ling relaxed and smiled. The white-haired man sized up Lin Ling and immediately rubbed his nose and said, "This joke isn't funny. If you refuse, you'll be forcing us into a dead end. That's not good. How about this? We'll form an alliance and split the loot 50-50. This is my last concession." He obviously knew that Lin Ling had a special method to harvest the golden fleece flower. In fact, he knew what the method was because he had just swam out from the depths of the earth and possessed the ability to walk freely on the earth. However, compared to Lin Ling's little Kunlun, he was still incomparable. After all, little Kunlun was a plant. It could take root and sprout, quickly occupying this region. Its speed of collection was 100 times faster than the white-haired man. That's impossible. We can only split it 30-70. Moreover, this 30 is split with my subordinates. Lin Ling stubbornly shook his head. Little guy, you're really greedy. Do you want money but not your life? 46. This is my final concession. Hearing Lin Ling's stingy words, the white-haired man was angered to death. He had never seen such a stingy brat. One had to know that he was one of the 9 states' 10 evils. If it was in the past, he would have slapped anyone who dared to bargain with him to death. 370, that's my bottom line. Moreover, it won't be long before 3 million people enter this place. I think most of those people aren't from your alliance, so you want to use this period of time to collect golden fleece flower like crazy, right? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and said with a faint smile. The 9 prefectures' 10 evils was an extremely mysterious organization in the universal void. Naturally, the gods would not give them many slots. Therefore, Lin Ling guessed that most of the slots would be taken by the strongest of the final world. Although I know that you're not afraid of them in terms of strength, this is a competition of harvesting golden fleece flowers. Having more people will definitely give you an advantage. So, if you don't agree to my request now, you might get less in the future. Lin Ling saw the corners of the white-haired man's eyes twitching. He immediately knew that he had guessed correctly, so he said again, "You're too cunning." The white-haired man immediately gnashed his teeth when he heard this, but he laughed coldly as well. Presently, besides us, the other overlords amongst the 10 overlords haven't paid attention to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to keep the gold helm fleece flower no matter how many you have. Moreover, I heard that someone amongst those 3 million people has found a similar method as you. So, if you still refuse to cooperate, then you probably won't be able to obtain a gold helm fleece flower once those 3 million people enter. Lin Ling's heart shuddered when he heard this. Someone has found out about his method. Lin Ling immediately fell into deep thought. However, he felt that it was normal. There were countless old monsters here, so it was only natural that they would find a solution. That's true, but I still have a few days. It's enough time for me to harvest the gold helm fleece flower I need. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled at the white-haired man. Son of a bitch, have you even cultivated for 10,000 years? I've cultivated for 100,000 years. I'm your senior. Can't you give me some face? What a cunning kid. 40 and 60, you take 40 and I take 60. Isn't that enough? Since you're eating meat, you should at least give me some soup. The white-haired man was furious. If it weren't for the treasures in Lin Ling's hands, he would have tortured Lin Ling into confessing. Then he realized why Lin Ling had bought the divine weapons instead of the rare treasures. This kid clearly had foresight. He was guarding himself against the martial god realm experts who could threaten him. I'm telling you, 40 and 60, you can't go back. If you don't agree, we'll go our separate ways. Finally, the white-haired man shouted angrily. Moreover, don't think that you can keep your gold helm fleece flower by dragging me to the grave with you. I'm telling you, the founding alliance is not only composed of the Serpent Clan. We have a leader. If I die, you can give all your gold helm fleece flower to him. I don't want any of them. Hee hee, you're so kind. Lin Ling sneered at the white-haired man. Then you can have a try. Let's fight. Rumble. The huge, ancient snake grew like a vine, and a terrifying aura covered the sky and earth. It surged toward Lin Ling with a strong, murderous intent. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes became serious. He held the flags tightly in his hands. Obviously, he didn't expect that the white-haired man would really risk his life. If he died together with him, his gold helm fleece flower would be taken by the other leader. I know you don't believe me. Then I'll show you again. Come out, old Lu. The ancient serpent spoke in human language. Its voice was earth-shattering. Obviously, it was going to risk its life. It didn't believe that an old monster like it would be afraid of a young boy. Rumble. In a faraway place, a huge evil fish with 9 lanterns appeared. It swam in the heaven and earth as if it was swimming in the sea. This evil fish was as big as an island. There were 9 ancient lanterns hanging in front of the fish's head. They were dazzling, and the huge fish's sharp teeth were flashing, causing others to tremble in fear. As for the enormous vicious fish, a carefree and unruly man stood there with his hands behind his back, and beside him was a woman that was as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Do you believe me now? Do you think I'm lying to you? Come on, fight with your life. If you and I die, your gold helm fleece flower will belong to that leader. Seeing the newcomer, the ancient serpent roared and sneered. Was he afraid? He wanted to ask the kid if he was afraid. Was he going to fight with him? When he came out to roam the 9 states, that kid was still drinking milk. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the newcomer in disbelief. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Senior Lu? The newcomer was the 9 Lanterns fish, Lu Chun, leader of the Creation Alliance. Lin Ling. The newcomer was stunned. The woman beside him smiled excitedly. Little benefactor? She was Lu Chen's wife, White Fox. In the past, she was saved by Lin Ling. Because of that, Lu Chun had been helping Lin Ling. However, it wasn't just Lu Chun who was stunned. Even the ancient serpent was stunned. Both of them were shocked. The white serpent was shocked that Lin Ling knew Lu Chun. Lu Chun was shocked that Lin Ling would appear here. Then, he frowned and looked at the white serpent. Old Gu, what do you mean? Are you going to attack my friend? Old Lu, he's your friend. You must be joking. Chapter 3905. 2 Alliances. You think I'm joking? When we formed the alliance, we already said that we can't touch our friends. Now, aren't you violating the alliance agreement? Lu Chun immediately said with a cold expression. Fuck, I've been wronged. How would I know that he's your friend? Also, do you know who he is? The white-haired man immediately shouted, feeling extremely aggrieved. Hearing this, Lu Chun was puzzled because he had always been curious as to why Lin Ling would appear here. He's the leader behind the scenes of the Godslayer Alliance that you keep praising. Seeing that Lu Chun was also confused, the white-haired man screamed again. What? This time, it was Lu Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. Lin Ling was the mastermind behind the gods of destruction. Then, he led a group of experts to rise in the ancient dragon wasteland. Heavens, when did this little guy grow to such a level? Lin Ling, tell me this isn't true. I really don't believe it. Then, Lu Chun looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and nodded. Ah, you really are. Lu Chun slapped his forehead. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. It's good that he's your friend. What should we do now? You handle it. The white-haired man had an extreme headache as well. Now, he was clearly unable to make a move. Since we're friends, let's split it 40-60. How about we form an alliance? Seeing that one of the 10 overlords was Senior Lu Chun, Lin Ling decided to compromise. All right, 46 it is. Of course, Lu Chun agreed. He didn't care even if it was 30/70ths. However, the founding alliance belonged to the 9 provinces' Fierce 10 alliance. Therefore, he had to consider the feelings of the other side. If I had known it would be so straightforward, I wouldn't have fucking come. 4-6 for 6, ha, little guy, we are allies now. Seeing that Lin Ling had finally relented, the white-haired man first scolded jokingly, then said with a smile. Next, the Creation Alliance also mobilized all the experts. In this prairie, dark clouds rolled. A large number of experts arrived. All of them were martial god realm experts. The number of people had reached more than 5,000. Over 5,000 martial gods. No wonder they could become the 10 overlords. This was a real big shot. Lin Ling, is that you? Many people in the Creation Alliance knew Lin Ling, and they immediately laughed. Upon seeing those old monsters, Lin Ling hurriedly greeted them. Then, he pondered for a moment and immediately summoned all the members of the God-Slayer Alliance. Brother Lu Chun, I'll show you my strength too. Facing Senior Lu Chun, Lin Ling clearly wanted to compete. After all, Senior Lu Chun had watched Lin Ling grow up. Now, Lin Ling wanted to let Senior Lu Chun know how strong he was. Did the leader call us? Furthermore, it's an extremely urgent matter. Assemble. All of you assemble. Once Lin Ling's order was given, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The outermost area of the prairie was in turmoil. Thousands of people rushed toward the prairie, and their speed was very fast, as if they were afraid that something had happened to Lin Ling. Leader, those desolate trees are about to die. Next, there'll be a few golden fleece flowers. Why don't we wait a little longer? I'll wait for your mother. Don't. Immediately assemble. Okay. On the other side, a large number of experts from the God-Slayer Alliance rushed toward the prairie, even giving up on the golden fleece flowers that were about to fall into their hands. Come, you're the Che-Chi Alliance of the 100 Leagues. I think you're just SOSO. Don't force me. If I call my brothers, you'll only be devoured. At the same time, in another direction, the ninth god I and other experts were looking at the enormous 100 Leagues. The other party was very afraid of the ninth god I and had already planned to retreat. This was because they had also heard of the God-Slayer Alliance's reputation. Not only were they the giants of the 100 Leagues, but they were also the giants of the upper middle tier. However, just as they were about to surrender, the ninth god, I received Lin Ling's message. Little ones, retreat. Under the stupefied gazes of the Alliance, the ninth god, I, and other experts retreated like the receding tide. I was reckless before. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The ninth god, I even took the initiative to apologize as he left. The main reason was that he was afraid that the Che-Chi Alliance would entangle him. Although the ninth god, I was not afraid of him. He was afraid that something would happen to Lin Ling. Moreover, this was an extremely urgent order. Every member of the God-Slayer Alliance had such a token in their hands. Once this token was issued, they would come over thousands of mountains and rivers to meet. It was extremely urgent, and they couldn't even be a moment late. Nothing could compare to Lin Ling's order. They actually apologized? Leader, I don't understand. They clearly have a better chance of winning. I don't understand either. I almost knelt down and begged for mercy. The members of the Alliance were undoubtedly dumbfounded. Only the leader narrowed his eyes. That old man is also one of the leaders, but he looked so anxious. It's clear that someone is ordering them to leave immediately. What? Isn't that old man already a leader? Someone can order him around? Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Legend has it that the God-Slayer Alliance has a leader behind the scenes. It seems that the legend is most likely true. The leader said word by word. His words caused everyone to gasp. To be able to summon so many leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance, the leader behind the scenes was too domineering. At the same time, 5,000 people had gathered on the prairie. However, they did not stop there. Gradually, 8,000 people arrived. In the end, the number of people reached almost 20,000. The sky was filled with experts. They were like rolling dark clouds, causing the earth to tremble. With one order, thousands of people came to meet. Domineering. The members of the God-Slayer Alliance were dumbfounded. They also saw that the 20,000 people were not weak. Many of them were half-step to martial god realm experts, and there was no lack of martial god realm experts. Lin Ling, these are your people. Lu Chun stared into the distance and gasped. He then looked at Lin Ling from head to toe, as if he was trying to see through him. He had never expected that after not seeing Lin Ling for so many years, this kid would become a big shot. Damn, rumor has it that the Godslayer Alliance has 5,000 elites, right? How come there are almost 20,000 of them? The white-haired man's eyes twitched violently. He then looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Now he finally knew how terrifying this kid was. The speed at which this little brat pulled up the mountain was simply comparable to a plague. Lin Ling laughed. Although the Godslayer Alliance's legend was spread everywhere in the ancient dragon wasteland, in reality, the Godslayer Alliance rarely displayed their full strength. This was because Lin Ling's goal was to obtain wealth, not to compete with others. If he could avoid a fight, he would resolutely avoid it. They would only fight if it affected the harvest of the golden fleece flower. This is not all. Dragon Demon, come out. Chapter 3906. To become one of the 10 overlords. Since both sides were allies, Lin Ling did not intend to hide anything. Moreover, Senior Lu Chun was Lin Ling's good friend. Lin Ling would not hide anything from him. Wow, fuck, you're hiding some guards, and they're all half-step martial gods. Seeing the countless dragon demons appear, the white-haired man was once again tongue-tied. Lu Chun shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I think you can become one of the Jiuzhou's 10 evils. Leader. While they were still in shock, everyone else had arrived. They were all clad in divine armor, and their battle prowess was ferocious. Many of them had even exchanged for divine arts. Although their cultivation levels were not high, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. As soon as they were addressed as leader, the Great Prairie was immediately shaken. It's all right. I gathered you here because I have good news to tell you. Currently, we have formed an alliance with the 10 overlords, the Founding Alliance. These two are the leaders of the Founding Alliance. Lin Ling calmly looked at Chun Ting and the others as he spoke. His words also gave him a fright. The 10 overlords had formed an alliance? Many people felt like they were dreaming because they had never thought that they would be able to form an alliance with the 10 overlords in their lifetime. Then they all laughed excitedly. Sure enough, following leader Lin Ling was the true way to accomplish great things. Haha, from today onwards, we are allies. When Lu Qin saw Lin Ling's Godslayer Alliance, he laughed loudly. Allies. Chun Ting, the 9th God Eye, and the others immediately laughed. Without a doubt, after the Godslayer Alliance formed an alliance with the 10 overlords, unless the other party was one of the 10 overlords, no one would be able to resist them. Leader, among the 100 alliances, 5 alliances have joined forces to eradicate the Godslayer Alliance. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Hearing this, everyone laughed. 5 of the 100 alliances working together? Do you want to die? Lin Ling, this is our alliance's first battle. Tell me, how should we deal with it? Lu Chun immediately smiled at Lin Ling destroy them. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd as he nodded his head boldly. Destroy them. Everyone roared loudly when they saw that Lin Ling had agreed. Lu Chun and the white-haired man glanced at each other before they took the lead and walked out of the grassland. At the same time, they said indifferently, "This is our first alliance, so let us take the lead." The members of the Godslayer Alliance felt their blood boil when they heard that. Nearly 20,000 people marched out of the Great Prairie in a grandiose manner. That aura was terrifying. Heaven and earth shook, and all of the dark clouds were shattered. At this moment, outside the Great Prairie, a large number of elite experts had arrived. They were the experts of the Great Five Alliance. Haha, I've heard that the Godslayer Alliance is in the Great Prairie. They only have 5,000 elites. Compared to our Great Five Alliance, they are nothing. I've also heard that the Godslayer Alliance has a leader behind the scenes. Today I want to see if that leader has 3 heads and 6 arms. The leaders of the Great Five Alliance spoke proudly, as though they had already won the battle. Someone even waved his hand and said, "Little ones, go and challenge them." Yes, boss. The expert who had been assigned this task was undoubtedly very excited and proud. He was representing the Great Five Alliance to challenge them. When he left this place in the future, he could use this opportunity to brag about it for the rest of his life. However, just as he approached the Great Prairie, the rolling dark clouds in front of him had already spread over. That terrifying gale was like an invisible blade that cut off several strands of his hair. Upon closer inspection, those weren't dark clouds, but countless experts. "Boss, it seems like I don't need to challenge them anymore. They are already here." That expert was tongue-tied as he shouted. His words caused the members of the Great Five Alliance to be somewhat startled. However, when they looked into the distance, all of them were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. "Old Ty, I don't know how to count, but no matter how I look, there are more than 5,000 elites over there. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me?" "Playing tricks, my ass. There are more than 5,000 elites over there. Damn it, we've been fooled. The Godslayer Alliance has more people than that. What's there to be afraid of? Without 20,000 experts, our Great Five Alliance has nothing to fear," the Great Five Alliance leaders said in a low voice. In reality, they were just trying to boost their morale. However, a sharp-eyed expert dampened his boss's enthusiasm. He said nervously, "Boss, I used my special ability to count just now. Not only are there 20,000 experts over there are more than 20,000 of them." Plop. Those leaders who were standing on the ground were so frightened that they fell to the ground. The growth rate of the Godslayer Alliance was too freakish. People said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days would be looked at with new eyes. However, the Godslayer Alliance had been away for 3 days and was looking at them with wide eyes. What's there to be afraid of? They're just a bunch of motley crew. Who knows, maybe there are more than 10,000 peak martial ancestor trash over there. We are all elites and can fight against 100. No, 1 against 1,000. A leader seemed to be encouraging himself as he spoke. This also caused everyone's spirits to rise. That's right, the Godslayer Alliance must be putting on an empty front. They were just putting on a strong front and were actually weak. It was useless to rely on numbers. Godslayer Alliance, you're just relying on a bunch of trash to make up the numbers. Do you think we're afraid of you? The expert who was in charge of challenging the Godslayer Alliance shouted arrogantly. However, the large group of experts in the distance did not even bother to say a word. The 2 leaders who were walking at the front were Lu Chun and the other leader. "Trash." Lu Chun laughed. "It's been a long time since someone called me trash. I remember that was 90,000 years ago." The white-haired man laughed as well. They took the lead and looked as if they could hold back 10,000 men. Huh, where did this nameless general come from? When the 5 leaders saw this, they immediately laughed disdainfully. However, someone suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked at Lu Chun and the white-haired man. Although they were very curious about the 2 people's backgrounds, they had seen them before. This was because they had seen the 2 of them destroy several alliances of the top 100 alliance with their own eyes. Moreover, they did not do anything. It was just a punch. They killed an alliance with 1 punch. That was how awesome they were. Oh no, they're the 10 overlords. I think they are the founding alliance. When those people came to their senses, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground and sweat poured down like rain. The 5 leaders had just stood up, but they were so frightened that they fell to the ground again. They did not know what kind of experts were in the founding alliance. However, they knew that an alliance that could become the 10 overlords was definitely not simple. Damn it! Who said they were a bunch of trash? How can they be weak? They have more people than us, and they even have the 10 overlords. Compared to this, I'm more angry about the bastard who suggested that we eliminate the Godslayer Alliance. The 5 leaders' faces were ashen. They had never expected that the Godslayer Alliance would become the 10 overlords without them knowing. At this moment, in the prairie, Lin Ling looked into the distance and smiled. He was not worried about the battle outside. Then, he released little Kunlun and started to collect golden fleece flowers. Chapter 3907. Making a fortune was the priority, especially with the arrival of 3 million people. Who could guarantee that there were no experts among them? Perhaps even the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures were here. Wow, there are 300,000 golden fleece flowers in this grassland. 10 hours later, Lin Ling finally harvested all the golden fleece flowers. Lu Chun and the rest had already dealt with the motley crew and were now gathered in the grassland. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they were so shocked that they almost bit their own mouths. 300,000? 10 hours? This was too profitable. The white-haired man was also full of admiration. Because he was a snake, he could enter the ground but could not take root. He had to search everywhere for the golden fleece flowers. Chen Ting, divide all the golden fleece flowers. We will go to the next place immediately. However, Lin Ling knew that now was not the time to be happy. He had to speed up the harvesting. Here, 500,000. This great swamp is a vast expanse of land. It gave birth to 1 million people. 3 million. After the Godslayer Alliance became stronger, there was no doubt that the harvesting area had also increased. Of course, during the harvesting process, Lin Ling and the rest also encountered the 10 overlords. Regarding this, Lin Ling chose to avoid them. Confronting the 10 overlords now was obviously extremely disadvantageous and a waste of time. With regards to this decision, everyone was extremely supportive. It was better to make a fortune silently. Leader, 3 million experts have finally entered the ancient dragon wasteland. As time passed, the great reshuffle of the ancient dragon wasteland had finally arrived. Ignore them and continue to dig. Before they find us, we have to make as much money as possible. Lin Ling ignored this and continued to dig. Lu Chun and the other 2 leaders were also extremely excited. Lin Ling, how much? Here, there are 5 million golden fleece flowers. Haha, even if 3 million of them entered, there won't be many golden fleece flowers left for them. The entire Godslayer Alliance was in high spirits. However, as the days passed, the number of experts in the ancient dragon wasteland was as high as the clouds. Especially after the great reshuffle, the 100 Great Alliance was absorbed by the 10 overlords. This was because, with 3 million experts here, who would dare to go against them unless they were at the level of the martial gods? Lin Ling, this is bad. The 100 Great Alliance has completely collapsed. Everyone has been absorbed by the 10 overlords. All that's left are a few scattered soldiers. However, it's only a matter of time before they're all devoured. On this day, Lu Chen also informed Lin Ling of the news he had received. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Speed up, race against time. Lin Ling still didn't allow the Godslayer Alliance to clash head-on with those overlords. Instead, he was frantically harvesting. In the entire vast ancient dragon wasteland, Lin Ling almost scraped the ground 3 feet deep. Leader, there are experts from Storm Tower ahead. The Godslayer Alliance was in charge of protecting Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Chen Ting had also sent him a message. Fengyun Tower, one of the 10 overlords. However, they were all new overlords, formed by the strongest experts of the 36 academies. Give up on the golden fleece flowers over there. Lin Ling immediately made a decision. Give up. After receiving the order, all the leaders were unwilling to give up. Currently, they weren't afraid of Fengyun Tower. Whatever the leader says, we'll give up. However, Chen Ting and the other leaders also issued a death order. The Godslayer Alliance immediately headed in another direction. Lin Ling then started harvesting. Instantly, he received a shocking news. There were a total of 8 million golden fleece flowers in this area. We're rich. We're rich. Lin Ling, hurry up. I've received news that the Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance have formed an alliance and are going to unite the ancient Dragon Wasteland. The white-haired man came from afar and brought back another shocking news. The ancient Dragon Wasteland was constantly changing. The situation was fiery and deep. For the sake of God's shop, everyone was going all out. Obviously, everyone knew that although there were many golden fleece flowers, their numbers were limited. If they didn't plunder now, when would they plunder? Most importantly, the treasures in God's shop were limited. Whoever gathered the golden fleece flowers first would be able to obtain the God's treasure. As for those who were slow, even if they had gathered enough golden fleece flowers, the treasures would have been bought by others. It would be useless to keep the golden fleece flowers. The Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance have formed an alliance. This news undoubtedly shocked Linling, yes. Currently, their alliance is the strongest among the 10 overlords. The other overlords have to take a detour when they see them. What's strange is that after the Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance formed an alliance, they actually didn't join forces to eliminate the other overlords. The white-haired man said in a rare, serious tone. Linling immediately pondered. The True Legacy Alliance was a powerful alliance formed by the experts of the True Legacy Alliance. It was because they had the method to harvest the Golden Fleece flowers. No wonder the Heaven Alliance had formed an alliance with them. I reckon that they also know that time is getting more and more critical. That's why they didn't eliminate the other overlords. Because attacking the other overlords would definitely waste a lot of time and would instead benefit others. Linling also made some guesses. That's true. However, our Godslayer Alliance and the Creation Alliance have already disappeared from the ancient Dragon Wasteland. The 10 overlords thought that we had given up. We can take this opportunity to make a fortune silently. Even if the sky falls, the other overlords will hold it up. Lu Chan said immediately. Currently, as long as the Godslayer Alliance encountered the experts of the 10 overlords, they would immediately abandon the golden fleece flowers in their hands and retreat to other places. The advantage of this was that they didn't attract the attention of the 10 overlords. However, they would only lose a few golden fleece flowers. After all, if the 10 overlords knew that the Godslayer Alliance was the first to know the method to harvest the golden fleece flowers, they would probably all target the Godslayer Alliance. This would also waste a lot of Linling's time. After all, the current Linling could harvest tens of thousands of golden fleece flowers in a breath's time. Leader, there are people from the True Legacy Alliance approaching. While they were racing against time, a leader passed on the information. How long will it take? Upon hearing this, Linling's face turned solemn. After 3 million people had arrived, the ancient Dragon Wasteland would be filled with people everywhere. About 2 hours or so. All right. After 1 hour, we will retreat. Leave the rest of the golden fleece flowers behind. Linling immediately made a decision. After 1 hour, he would bring everyone from the Godslayer Alliance and leave this ancient land. After 1 hour, a large number of experts also arrived. It was the combination of the Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance. There were more than 100,000 people, and all of them were experts. Haha, Princess Tien, you have asked your master to find a method to harvest the golden fleece flowers. This time, you have done a great service. Within the Heaven Alliance, a young man with a high-status smiled as he looked at the people from the True Legacy Alliance. He was Duan Wuhan. On the True Legacy Alliance's side, the current leader of the team was Princess Tien. She faintly smiled, waved her lily-white hand, and issued an order. Those world spiritists of the True Legacy Alliance immediately set up the Great Divine Formation. Tens of thousands of people started working swiftly. Chapter 3908. A harvest of 10 million. It's really amazing. The land under this wasteland is a world of its own. After we enter, we immediately feel like a stone sinking into the sea. However, Miaoshun's true inheritance has a God's boundary array to collect the golden fleece flowers in the deepest part of the earth. I'm afraid these methods are the methods of the Dragon Pattern Supreme Boundary Master. Duan Wuhan looked at the people of the True Inheritance Alliance with envy in his eyes. If they had known this method, they would not have wasted time fighting with the barren trees. Princess Tan, here are 18,320. Heavenly Princess, here are 36,073. After a long time, the Boundary Masters reported their results. So little? Princess Tan looked at all the harvests and could not help but feel disappointed, because there were only a total of more than 100,000 golden fleece flowers. Such a number was a lot for an individual, but for an alliance, it was a drop in the bucket. So little? Duan Wuhan frowned because according to his estimation, there should be 1 million golden fleece flowers under this land. Could it be that someone beat us to it, and we are eating the soup they left behind? Duan Wuhan suddenly guessed and immediately felt unhappy. Haha, You underestimate Miao Shun's true inheritance. In today's final world, besides us, who has the ability to collect such a large area? Don't worry, we just happen to come across a place with fewer golden fleece flowers. The next place will definitely collect 1 million golden fleece flowers. Princess Tin was also in a bad mood, but she quickly smiled confidently. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had already reached the other side and began to collect crazily. The spies of the Godslayer Alliance also sent back the news that the True Inheritance Alliance had only harvested a little more than 100,000 golden fleece flowers. This made Lin Ling and the others laugh. The Heaven Alliance followed behind the Godslayer Alliance. So how much could their harvest be? Ignore them. Let's continue to collect. Then, Lin Ling got busy again. Before he knew it, the number of golden fleece flower he owned had reached more than 30 million. Moreover, he was always on the lookout for rare treasures, so that the treasures he had his eyes on would not be taken away by others. Fortunately, there were a lot of golden fleece flower in the rare treasures category. So far, people were only buying the cheaper rare treasures. Lin Ling, over here. On this day, the giant ghost led Lin Ling and the others to a new area. This was the Seismic Mountains, and the weight here had reached the level of 5,000 worlds. TSK, I found so many places for you. This place has the strongest willpower. I estimate that the number of golden fleece flower here is astonishing. As soon as they arrived at the Seismic Mountain range, the giant ghost said excitedly, "Really?" Lin Ling also became excited. Could it be 10 million? Lin Ling hadn't harvested 10 million golden fleece flower in one go yet. Most of the time, he had harvested 1 million golden fleece flower. I think there is. The giant ghost circled around Lin Ling a few times and said fiercely, I'm rich. Lin Ling felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood as he immediately activated Little Kunlun. Rumble. The current Lil Kunlun was no longer the same as before. This was because Lin Ling had sent his men to the Divine Store and bought many treasures that were suitable for Lil Kunlun. Currently, Lil Kunlun's strength was comparable to the martial god realm. It even possessed the power to seal the gift and was much more powerful than an ordinary martial god realm cultivator. The ground began to shake. A vine that was as tall as a human grew on the ground. However, under the ground, it had become a primeval forest. The area had reached millions of miles wide. Countless black plants were growing and intertwining. Not to mention the golden fleece flower, even the barren trees and other things that were hidden underground were immediately killed. The vines that Little Kunlun left on the ground also shook and reported back. There were indeed many golden fleece flower in the ground. Malevolent ghost jellyfish. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and immediately released the malevolent ghost jellyfish. Countless jellyfish swam down the vines and began to crazily plunder the golden fleece flower. While Lin Ling was harvesting, on the other side of God's shop's tower, it was packed with people every day. It was as if the treasures in God's shop didn't cost money. Everyone came to buy them. However, in reality, these people were all from the 10 overlords. They had secretly taken over God's shop. They would know exactly who came to buy the treasures. Of course, it was also because of this reason that the overlords didn't want others to see through them. This led to many people coming to make fake purchases. They were just entering God's shop to take a look. This was also a smokescreen. Brother, do you have a golden fleece flower? We will buy it with royal crystals. 10 billion for one. We will buy as much as you have. On the road leading to God's shop, there were many mysterious martial artists buying golden fleece flower. I will pay 11 billion for one golden fleece flower. Do you have it? However, no one was stupid enough to hand over the golden fleece flower. After all, royal crystals could be found slowly. However, God's shop was not. Seeing that the other party wasn't fooled, those people who were buying golden fleece flower laughed and turned to ask others, do you think we are idiots? Those people who were talking just now laughed and then went to God's shop. There are many things to buy this time. The leader said that the big treasures should be bought at the last time. Some of the treasures that are necessary should be bought now. These people walked along the platform. After passing through the stairs, they finally entered a big hall. There were many people in the hall. Many people seemed to be buying treasures, but in fact, it was just a smokescreen. This also caused the people from various forces to be very confused. Look, those people from the Death Alliance. Damn, they just came to buy treasures yesterday. Today, they are here again. Do they have so many golden fleece flower? They definitely don't have any. They're hiding the truth so that the other overlords can't guess their gains. After all, if the other overlords knew that the Death Alliance had a lot of gains, they might join forces to rob them. Yes, but the overlords on our side also think so. Whispers sounded quietly. Currently, the 10 overlords were secretly opposing each other. Each overlord wanted to devour the other's golden fleece flower. Those people who were listening to the whispers in the hall just now smiled faintly. They quietly came to the front of the shop and said with a smile, "Senior, we are here to buy things." In the shop, the white-haired old man said in an extremely bad mood, "What do you want to buy?" Obviously, there were too many people who were trying to trick him. As a result, his patience was exhausted. If it weren't for the God's order, he would have closed the shop and told those who didn't buy anything but asked the price to get lost. Chapter 3909. Stalking. Most of the treasures they wanted to buy were used to recover realm energy. There were also some fruits that could increase one's cultivation level. However, there were a lot of them. This caused the old man's expression to become even more unsightly. These people were definitely here to set off a smoke bomb. After all, the golden fleece flowers required for those treasures were extremely expensive. How could this group of people be able to take them out? Do you have any? After those people finished speaking, they immediately laughed. Yes, but do you have enough golden fleece flowers? The old man's voice became gloomy. He was on the verge of exploding. However, at this moment, the person in the lead took out his jade token and placed it on the table. The old man frowned slightly, and his expression couldn't help but change slightly after he inspected it carefully, because there were numerous gold fleece flowers within it, and there were over 1 million of them. This meant that these people weren't here to set off a smoke bomb. All right, wait a moment. I'll give you the treasures you need immediately. The old man's mood instantly improved. He took out all the treasures in the store and placed them into the jade tablet. Thank you. The group of people instantly laughed. They didn't check and directly turned to leave, because they knew that this God's store was opened by God. Naturally, there wouldn't be any shortfalls. Finally, it's not those people who came to cause trouble. I hope these treasures will be sold quickly so that I can complete my task. Seeing that group of people leave, the old man smiled and said, "Currently, 2/3 of the treasures in the God store had been bought. The remaining treasures were all precious. For example, the first and second categories were still unbought. However, the God had orders. Only when the fifth and fourth categories were bought out would the God store be completely closed. Therefore, he still had to wait patiently for now. Senior, we're here to buy things." At this moment, a few more people came to the front of the store and spoke with smiles on their faces. The old man had come into contact with people who were sincere in buying things, so he wasn't so difficult to talk to this group of people. However, he quickly realized that this group of people was here to set off a smoke bomb, because the things they wanted were all priceless treasures. How could this group of people be able to afford such a price? Scram. It wasn't easy for me to come across people who were sincere in buying things. It made my mood improve, but now I've encountered you bunch of troublemakers. In the end, the old man roared furiously. "Senior, please calm down. We'll leave right away." The group of people were not afraid of the old man's anger. After smiling, they immediately left. Obviously, they were used to the old man's anger because they often came here to create a smokescreen. However, after the group of people left the store, they immediately frowned. That senior said that someone bought a treasure. That's strange. Currently, the various overlords are all preparing for the final golden fleece flower. It has been a long time since anyone bought treasures, especially the first 3 types of treasures. Should I inform the leader? Okay, you go and inform them. I'll follow them. That group of people immediately rushed out of the main hall and looked outside. They saw that in the distance of the platform, more than 10 figures were leaving along the steps. It must be that group of people. The leader has sent a mission. Follow them immediately. Next, that group of people quietly followed the group in front of them. Tianao, I sense that someone is following us. However, that group of people were not weaklings. Each of them had a divine artifact on them and cultivated powerful theology. Therefore, they were able to detect it immediately. Fuck those bastards. The leader immediately scolded. However, the person beside him frowned and asked, "What should we do now? We can't bring them over. Otherwise, we will disturb the leader's gathering." Yes, although we are not afraid of them now, the ancient dragon wasteland is in deep trouble. If the Godslayer Alliance is entangled with the 10 overlords, it will be difficult to gather any more treasures. Moreover, after 3 million people enter, the Heaven Alliance of the 10 overlords will be very powerful. If they target us, it will be difficult for us to fight them. Yes, those people continued to speak. The leader's eyes were filled with disarray, and he was hesitant. Luo Wuchang, Zhuang Yinming, Zhong Jin, we will lure them away. Wu Jiang, you and the rest of the people sneak back and give the treasures to the leader. Yes, this is not good. How about I go and lure them away? Yes. All right, let's stop talking nonsense. That group of people might just be a small alliance. You guys go first, and after we've dealt with them, we'll find you guys. Yes. Okay, you must be careful. Yes. Finally, the two groups of people quietly separated. One group of people sneaked into the ground with the help of a divine weapon and quickly moved forward. The other group of people continued to move forward slowly, attracting the attention of those who were following them. These people don't seem to be very strong. Attack! Attack! After that, the group of people who were following them finally surfaced and blocked the path of Tianao and the rest. Which alliance are you from? Why do you have so many golden fleece flower? I will give you a chance. Tell us your alliance, and I will let you join us. Attack! After blocking Tianao and the rest, a one-eyed man smiled faintly. Hee. May I know which alliance you are from? Attack! Tianao and the rest did not attack, but asked about the other party's background. Listen carefully, kid. We are from Fengyan Tower. Attack! The one-eyed man in the lead said with a proud smile. Fengyan Tower, one of the 10 overlords, used to be the overlord with the most people. However, the number of people in this alliance have been greatly surpassed by the Heaven Alliance. When Tianao and the rest first arrived, Fengyan Tower almost wanted to recruit them. So you are from Fengyan Tower. Attack! Tianao's lips curled up. He knew that things were going to be troublesome. After all, if it was a small alliance, it would be easy for him to destroy it. However, if it was Fengyan Tower, it would be difficult. This alliance had a large number of people. If there was a clash, it would definitely shake the ancient dragon wasteland. At that time, the Godslayer Alliance would also surface. So what do you think? The one-eyed man spread out his hands. Although his words sounded polite, there was a hint of authority that could not be resisted. Since it is Fengyan Tower, we will accept it. Tianao first smiled. After he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed his strength. Close to 2,000 world speed, he instantly reached the one-eyed man and slashed out with the Tiger God's giant saber. 90% of Ancestor's power. Rumble. The one-eyed man's face changed drastically, and he frantically retreated. However, one of his arms was still cut off. Looking at the rest, they were no match for Tianao and the rest, and were killed one by one. Divine weapon. Everyone has a divine weapon. Sir, that is the mountain-shattering tyrannical skill. It costs 20,000 golden fleece flower, and they actually bought it. Unless they are the leaders of some alliance. How can they have so many golden fleece flower? Kill. Kill. Chapter 39:10. At the edge of the ancient dragon desolate land. Stop them. Kill. The one-eyed man held his broken arm and roared. He then rushed into the encirclement and ran away. Damn it, he ran away. Kill. Tianao and the rest immediately looked pale. They then killed the group of people in front of them and disappeared on the spot. In the distance, The one-eyed man was running wildly. Blood was dripping from his shoulder. Leader, this is bad. That group of people is very powerful. Kill. At the same time, he sent a message back to Fengyan Tower. You have a half-step to martial god in your group. How can you not be a match for them? Kill. A voice came from the other side. They are not weak. They have many divine weapons and divine skills. I guess they're the leaders of the Alliance. This is the scene that I have just recorded. Leader, look. TSK, they're really rich. If they're the big leaders, then that's normal. What I'm most afraid of is that they're not the big leaders, which means that their alliance is not to be underestimated. Wait, I have an impression of those people. You know that I cultivate the 9 formless grand magic, so my memory is the most profound. I've seen people before. I've heard of people before. I'm sure I've seen them before. That's right. It was 2 months ago. It's that group of newcomers. TSK. Amazing. The ancient dragon wasteland is a place where the weak are eliminated. This group of people has actually grown to this level. I'm sure that they definitely have a lot of golden fleece flower. Now, which direction do they run to? Chase, we must find their headquarters. Kill. Leader, they are running to the north of the poison dragon forest. All right. Inform the people over there to surround and capture them. Although our Fengyan Tower doesn't have the most people, we are still ranked second among the 10 overlords. Our people are everywhere. Let's see how they can escape. Kill. After the conversation, Fengyan Tower's attention fell on Tian Ao and the rest. At that moment, Tian Ao and the rest were running wildly. Luo Wuchang was holding a whistle in his mouth. It was a divine weapon. When he blew it gently, there was a fluctuation in front of him. A large number of small objects flew back at the speed of 3,000 miles. When they landed on Luo Wuchang's body, he took a closer look and found that they were actually bees. Obviously, they were used to scout the way. After Luo Wuchang investigated a bit, he immediately said, Tian Ao, not good. Fengyan Lu is targeting us. Nearby, a large number of people are chasing us. Immediately turn around and don't follow Wu Jiang. Don't alert the Fengyan Tower to the Godslayer Alliance. Boss is currently harvesting and has reached a critical moment. Don't disturb him. Good. The few of them ran madly through the forest, but as soon as they disappeared, a large number of people immediately chased after them. Bastard, you sure run fast. When we catch up to you, we'll definitely break your legs. Chase. After those people appeared, they immediately cursed angrily. The leader also had a divine weapon and was very strong. He was an expert on the heavenly stairway and was one of the new students of the 36 College. He was ranked 5th and was called Gu Xingba. He was also one of the leaders of Fengyan Tower. As one of the overlords, Fengyan Tower had many leaders. Of course, the current 10 overlords each had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and there were many leaders. On the other side, when Wu Jiang returned to the area where the Godslayer Alliance was located, Chun Ting and the rest immediately surrounded him. Chun Ting frowned and asked, "Where are Tian Ao and the rest?" Wu Jiang immediately told them what had happened. Fengyan Tower? Damn it, how dare they challenge the Godslayer Alliance? After hearing this, Chun Wu was immediately enraged. Currently, the Godslayer Alliance was not afraid of Fengyan Tower. It could be said that other than the Heaven Alliance, the Godslayer Alliance was not afraid of any other overlords. However, the Godslayer Alliance was different from the other overlords. The Godslayer Alliance was crazily harvesting at the last moment and did not want to cause any trouble. Should we inform Lin Ling about this? Wu Jiang then looked at Chun Ting and asked. Chun Ting frowned and finally shook her head. Let's wait. It's not good to disturb Lin Ling because of Tian Ao and the rest. After all, the Godslayer Alliance has 30,000 people now. Good. I'll immediately gather my men and go outside to help Tian Ao and the rest. Go. Remember, don't let the news get out. Yes, Lin Ling naturally did not know about this. He was still crazily harvesting in this area. This was because the number of golden fleece flowers in this area had exceeded his imagination. There were more than 20 million of them. This was a huge sum of money. However, as time passed, The golden fleece flowers in this area were finally harvested by Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not stop and continued to head to a new area. Another 10 million. Next, 30 million. Finally, Lin Ling arrived at the place with the greatest harvest. It was probably the place with the most golden fleece flowers in the entire ancient dragon wasteland. This place was also called a forbidden area. This was because this was the Dead Sea. The Black Sea seemed to be motionless and gave off a heart-palpitating aura. Because of this, there was basically no one in the vicinity. Lin Ling stood at the edge of the Dead Sea and frowned as he looked into the distance. The border of the ancient dragon wasteland? If Lin Ling said that he was the most familiar with the ancient dragon wasteland, no one would dare to say that he was number 2. This was because Lin Ling had already explored the entire ancient dragon wasteland. Is the dragon tribe over there? While Lin Ling was harvesting, he was also searching for the dragon tribe. As of now, this was the only place that Lin Ling had not explored. Rumble. At this moment, the motionless Dead Sea in front of him suddenly roiled. Then, a huge black dragon swam out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its ferocious aura was monstrous. However, upon closer inspection, this was not a black dragon. It was a huge vine plant. The plants in this Dead Sea were obviously even more terrifying. Calamity destroying sun bow. Bang! Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately roared, and the calamity-destroying sun bow appeared in his hand. He shot out fiercely. At this moment, although Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, compared to the others, his improvement was actually the slowest. This was because he had not bought anything on a large scale. If he did, his strength would increase by more than 10 times. After the black and white arrow was shot, Lin Ling lightly stomped his feet on the ground. Almost at the same time, little Kunlun on his left arm swam into the ground and dived into the Dead Sea. Rumble. An even more terrifying black vine suddenly exploded and occupied the entire Dead Sea in front of him. Then it wrapped around the black dragon-like vine. Next, the black and white arrow finally reached its target and pierced through the main vine. Bang, bang, bang. That vine was instantly shot to death. Of course, this was mostly with the help of little Kunlun. Little Kunlun wrapped around the black, dragon-like vine, making it unable to resist at all. In the end, it was killed by the arrow. Whoosh. Chapter 39:11. Trial Taker. The Dead Sea's trees were even more powerful, and there were more of them. After all, no one had ever entered this place before. Clang, clang, clang. Although Lin Ling's strength did not increase, he had many treasures in his hands. Relying on his defense, he was not afraid of being devoured by the trees. A huge flower bud suddenly rushed out from the sea. Then the petals closed, and like a huge mouth, it swallowed Lin Ling. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the flower bud exploded as if it was struck by lightning. A young man in blue armor walked out slowly with 2 swords in his hands. He was Lin Ling. Looking at his appearance, he was completely unscathed. Roar. Lin Ling roared into the sky. With the fusion of talents, his strength increased greatly. Slash, slash. He slashed with the 2 swords in his hands. On the ground, the Dead Sea suddenly rolled, and countless plants were cut down. Then, Lin Ling shot towards the Dead Sea. Sword light flashed, and the Dead Sea was stirred up into a mess. Large amounts of plant debris flew up into the sky. However, there were too many trees in the Dead Sea. They swam along the sea. Looking from the sky, it was black and constantly wriggling. It made one's scalp tingle. Seeing this, Lin Ling floated up and slowly put away the 2 swords. A mysterious translucent talisman suddenly appeared in his left hand. The talisman was carved with mysterious runes, but it emitted a terrifying aura. The aura was so strong that it was the power of the steps of the gods. Moreover, it was even more terrifying than Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. This was the second most powerful divine weapon, the Curse of the Gods. Its power was similar to Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. It was a seal. Seal. Lin Ling carefully looked at the mysterious runes in his hand. Finally, he gently patted the Dead Sea. Without a sound, the ocean of death instantly became silent. All of the desolate trees became motionless. All of the power was sealed. Even the ocean of death was sealed. This part of the world was completely sealed. What a powerful curse. It's much stronger than my steps of wisdom. Linling looked at the Dead Sea below him and gasped. Terrifying. It was truly a terrifying sigil. Who knew which god's masterpiece it was? It was actually able to compress the divine stairs into a curse. In the next moment, Linling's right palm appeared. His soul force fused with his world essence, and even a wisp of Buddha god energy from the heavenly dragon bone entered his palm. His palm became redder and redder. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a Buddha that appeared there, mysterious and profound. Bodhi Enlightenment Divine Palace, Red Bodhi Scripture, Heavenly Venerable Shu, 6 paths of 10,000 movement, controlling wind and cloud. Linling slammed his palm into the ocean of death, causing the winds and clouds of the 6 paths to move. Upon closer inspection, a fiery red palm slammed down from the sky. Before it landed, the ocean of death had already exploded. Following that, a gigantic Buddha's palm appeared above the ocean. It was actually several thousand miles wide. Boom, boom. When the crimson palm completely slammed down, all the water in the ocean of death flowed backwards. All the desolate trees below Linling moved, and then everything turned into nothingness. How terrifying. He had killed countless martial gods with a single palm strike. This was indeed a top-notch divine ability of the theology category. The power of God is definitely in the 20% range. Linling also became excited. This was also the first time he had tested the power of this divine ability, and the result had undoubtedly shocked him. From the looks of it, his chances of winning the battle 3 years later had greatly increased. If my heavenly dragon bone talent increases again, coupled with the increase of my soul force, the power would probably be even stronger. Linling grinned. Currently, many of his techniques were very high-level divine abilities and martial arts. Step of Wisdom, Bodhi Testimony, Divine Technique, Great Calamity Destroying Sun Bow. In addition, he still had the unactivated Tyrannical Song Sword and the True Inheritance Dark Sword. Kill. Following that, Linling rushed into the ocean. The two-handed sword appeared again and killed all the remaining desolate trees. Little Kunlun was also helping. It transformed into a huge forest, and its speed of killing was even faster than Linling's. After a long time, Little Kunlun appeared on Linling's shoulder and shook its vines at Linling, looking extremely happy. Your strength has also greatly increased. Thank you for this period of time. After finishing this business, we should also stop. Linling stroked Little Kunlun and said with a faint smile, the large area of golden fleece flower in the ancient Dragon Desolate Land had been mostly harvested. The remaining area was about 100,000 in size, and Linling was no longer interested in it. Therefore, he planned to immediately head to God's store after harvesting the golden fleece flower in the Dead Sea, because he also knew that the golden fleece flower had a time limit. If all the treasures in God's store were bought, then no matter how many golden fleece flowers he had, it would be useless. For example, the curse of God from before had been bought by Linling. However, if he was a bit slower, he was afraid that it would have been snatched away by others. It was a competition of whose speed was faster. Hee, you are the third person to come to the empty spirit Dead Sea. Just as Linling was about to harvest, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Smiling at Linling, Linling frowned. Someone? Linling couldn't help but look over and realize that the 3 people were very strong. However, what surprised Linling was that these 3 people were wearing very ordinary clothes, as if they were passers-by. This also gave Linling a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen this kind of ordinariness before. The first person to arrive here, he looked at the shore of the Dead Sea for a long time, and finally left. The second person to arrive here, he flew across the Dead Sea's sky, but in the end he was entangled by the endless barren trees, and he also left in the end. And you, The third person to reach this place, the person who destroyed 70% of the Dead Sea's desolate trees. However, it isn't easy for the desolate trees of the ocean of death to grow. If you kill them like this, aren't you afraid of being punished by God? The three of them smiled as they spoke. Their words were filled with arrogance. None of your business. However, Lin Ling also smiled and reprimanded him. What? Hearing this, the three people were tongue-tied. This guy actually scolded them? They couldn't help but be stunned because when a normal person saw them, they would definitely be cautious and respectful. Who would be so rude like this kid? You? Are you looking for death? One of them was angry. He narrowed his eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Senior brother, don't waste time with him. Teach him a lesson. The other two obviously couldn't hold back and wanted to attack immediately. They looked slightly older than Lin Ling, but their strength was stronger than Lin Ling's. They were comparable to the 9 states' 10 martial gods. This kind of strength, even in the final world, was an extremely terrifying existence. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. A wisp of smoke suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he ignited it and burned it, forming a thick smoke that filled the air. The three people were about to attack Lin Ling, but after smelling the smoke, their expressions changed greatly. Damn, isn't this the Lord's tobacco? What's going on? The three people were in disbelief. Your senior sister, Sister Tsuehua, gave it to me. Of course, your lord, that old man Kirishin, probably also knows about this. Chapter 39:12. The Last Stroke. Previously, he was still wondering where he had seen these people's clothes before. Later on, he remembered. Wasn't this the Kirishin's side? Therefore, he immediately guessed that these three people were the trial takers. Speaking of which, the trial takers were really elusive. The ancient dragon wasteland was in deep water and they were nowhere to be seen. He also did not know what mission the old Kirishin had arranged for them. Kirishin, that old man, you dare to insult the Lord. Junior brother, don't be rash. This guy has the Lord's tobacco. He probably knows the Lord. Just him? The three people were still looking at Lin Ling foolishly. That's right. I know your family's Lord. Furthermore, I've fished in your family for 3 months. Your family's Lord also ate my fish for 3 months for free. I haven't settled the score with him yet. Lin Ling chuckled and waved the tobacco in his hand. So it's one of us. May I know how to address you? The three people rolled their eyes. They were also shrewd people. They knew that Lin Ling must have a good relationship with the Kirishin. Otherwise, with the Kirishin's fierce attitude towards outsiders, how could he give him the tobacco? Therefore, they could not afford to offend such a person. Lin Ling, Lei Gong's trial taker. Lin Ling did not hide anything. So you're Lin Ling. I've long heard of you. The three people were stunned for a moment. Then they all burst out laughing. Their strength was obviously much stronger than Lin Ling. That was because they were trial takers who had completed more than 5 missions. As for Lin Ling, he still only had 2 missions. However, Lin Ling's speed of completing missions was very fast. Therefore, they had all heard of Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, the three of them became familiar with Lin Ling. After drinking with them, Lin Ling immediately asked about the other side of the ocean of death. However, when they mentioned this, their expressions turned serious. They told Lin Ling that the depths of the Dead Sea was on the other side of the Kaiyuan River, and there were indeed dragons there. However, the dragon clan was no small matter. If a human were to enter, they would definitely die. Lin Ling quickly nodded, but he had Lei Gong's handwritten letter in his hands, so he wasn't afraid. And when they heard that Lin Ling was going to deliver the letter, moreover, it was for Lei Gong, those three people didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, they looked as if they regretted not having met earlier. They held Lin Ling's arm and said, "If anything happens in the ancient dragon wasteland, burn the smoke, we will immediately come to help you." Obviously, they knew that Lin Ling was important in Lei Gong's heart. Although Lin Ling was still weak at the moment, he could not be underestimated in the future. Thank you, brothers. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't reject this favor. Next, the three of them had tasks to do, so they quickly bid farewell and left. After they left, Lin Ling also released Little Kunlun and began to crazily excavate the sea. The evil ghost jellyfish was like a fish in water in the ocean of death, constantly weaving in and out. This is a real treasure land. Just here alone, there are 10 million golden fleece flowers. Here, 30 million. Giant ghost. We're going to be rich. This is the biggest fortune. Under the continuous excavation, the harvest of the golden fleece flowers also increased steadily. Finally, it reached 120 million. In addition to Lin Ling's harvest, there were a total of 170 million. This made Lin Ling, who was floating on the ocean of death, completely stunned. In fact, he almost went crazy. In the following trip to God's shop, he was going to crazily loot. After a long time, Lin Ling took a deep look at the ocean of death and returned with a full load. After spending 2 hours, Lin Ling once again arrived at the Godslayer Alliance's location. At this moment, the Godslayer Alliance was clearing the remaining golden fleece flowers on the ground. When the leaders saw Lin Ling return, they were all smiling. During this period, how is the ancient dragon wasteland? Lin Ling was also in a good mood, but he still asked casually. All the 100 alliances have been absorbed and devoured. Among them, one of the 10 overlords, the land of eternal rest, suffered a huge blow. Everyone left the ancient dragon wasteland and was eliminated. The 10 overlords have become the 9 overlords. One of the 10 overlords, the Freedom Sword Alliance and the Northern Dragon Ice Nation Alliance clashed, and both sides suffered great losses. Currently, the strongest are the Heaven Alliance and the Immortal Demon Alliance. Originally, the Immortal Demon Alliance wasn't enough to be ranked second, but I heard that the Immortal Demon Alliance exchanged for a divine fetus body. Chen Ting and the rest spoke one after another. That's a big change. But what about the Immortal Demon Alliance? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. That was the alliance that Inyuer was in. Now it was time to find her. I heard that the divine fetus body exchanged for by the Immortal Demon Alliance is extremely powerful and has the power of dual cultivation. It can greatly increase the strength of both sides. Currently, it has been snatched by the Saintess of the Immortal Temple. Therefore, all the heroes of the major forces want to get close to the Saintess. This is because it is said that if they are lucky, they can obtain the divine fetus body through dual cultivation with the Saintess. Lu Chun and the white-haired man also walked over from afar with smiles on their faces. So powerful. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Dual cultivation? It had been a long time since he had dual cultivated with senior sister Yuer. In Lin Ling's heart, and Yuer clearly belonged to him. Lin Ling had the confidence to do so, especially now that he had a strong army, rich and powerful. Among the 10 overlords, the Sky Alliance is still number 1, and the Immortal Demon Alliance is number 2. The other overlords have either retreated or injured. I'm afraid that the ancient dragon desolate land will be divided into 3. Next, Lin Ling lamented. He knew that there must have been many battles in the ancient dragon desolate land. Who cares? Lin Ling, how's your harvest at the Death Sea? I heard that the Sky Alliance has already set their sights on the Death Sea and will be here soon. Moreover, the Sky Alliance has already noticed something. This is because every time they go to a place, their harvest is extremely small. This makes them suspect that someone has beaten them to it. The white-haired man looked at Lin Ling and said, "Ha ha, they are too late." Speaking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. The pitiful Sky Alliance. The entire ancient dragon desolate land had been plundered by Lin Ling. What was left for them were only leftovers. The harvest at the Death Sea is the biggest in the ancient dragon desolate land. If the Sky Alliance wants to go to the Death Sea, they will only be able to pick up a strand of hair. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a large number of golden fleece flower floated out and landed on the ground. Everyone was shocked. There were too many, densely packed. The radiance even shot up to the sky and lit up the sky. So far, I've harvested more than 170 million trees. Seeing that Lu Chun and the rest were dumbfounded, Lin Ling said with a smile, "Swoosh, swoosh." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 170 million. If they took 30%, that would be close to 60 million. Chapter 39:13. Destroy Wind Cloud Tower. Haha, awesome. Lu Chun and the others could no longer hold back their laughter. Lin Ling also gave out all the golden fleece flowers that belonged to them, leaving 120 million for himself. No one was jealous or envious of this. Lin Ling, you must buy one of the 4 great inherited treasures. Lu Chun looked at Lin Ling expectantly. In response, Lin Ling nodded heavily. However, he also looked at Lu Chun and said, "Old brother Lu Chun, I'm afraid I'll have to use your name to buy this treasure. I don't want too many people know that I bought the inheritance of a god." "All right, I'll go with you then." Lu Chun thought that Lin Ling didn't want to be a thorn in someone's side. As a matter of fact, Lin Ling did not want to reveal too much. If the others knew he had bought the god succession treasure, martial god Wen Tian would surely interfere with the destined battle. "Lin Ling, should we continue collecting?" At this moment, Chun Ting suddenly spoke softly. Lin Ling shook his head and said, "There are only tens of thousands of golden fleece flower left. It takes time to collect them, so I won't collect them. Plus, we have to buy the treasures in the shop of God as soon as possible. It would be bad if someone else bought them. That Tianao and the rest have been captured by Fengyun Tower." Chun Ting finally spoke. She had always been afraid of disturbing Lin Ling, so she had never mentioned this matter. "When did this happen? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. "I didn't say anything because I didn't want to disturb the leader's collection." Chun Ting immediately lowered her head and said, looking extremely wronged. Upon seeing her expression, Lin Ling also held back from scolding her. However, he also turned his gaze toward everyone from the Godslayer Alliance. Everyone's gazes were burning, and it was as if a storm was brewing. Obviously, for the sake of keeping the peace, they had fled quite a bit during this period of time. "All right, our mission is complete. It's time to vent. Remember, following me, Lin Ling, is not to be a tortoise. You can endure for a while, but it's absolutely impossible for you to endure for a lifetime. Let's go to Fengyun Pavilion," Lin Ling said as he looked into the distance. Hearing those words, everyone's spirits were shaken. "Lin Ling, what are you trying to do?" Lu Chun asked with a frown. "Destroy them." Lin Ling had already taken large strides forward as he enunciated each word clearly. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Although they had already guessed it, they didn't expect that Lin Ling was really going to destroy it. One had to know that with this destruction, the Godslayer Alliance would definitely surface and face the various overlords. As for the other overlords, it wasn't a big deal. The main reason was still the Sky Alliance, because it was formed from the combination of the Sky Alliance and the Elite Alliance. Moreover, it even had over 3 million experts. Once targeted by them, the Godslayer Alliance would definitely be in danger. However, as the crowd watched Lin Ling stride forward, smiles appeared on their faces. Since their leader had agreed, what else did they have to worry about? Destroy them. Everyone shouted loudly. Among them, there were many martial god realm experts. Their voices were mighty. This also stunned Lu Chun and the other expert. Then, they revealed excited smiles because they realized that even the 9 prefectures' 10 evils were shouting loudly. That little guy unified so many old monsters, but he didn't feel any pressure at all. Even the 2 of us have become his subordinates. Lu Chun and the other expert looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, the suppressed anger in their hearts erupted like a volcano at this moment. Fengyun Pavilion, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. The majestic crowd rushed toward the direction of Fengyun Tower. At present, the Godslayer Alliance's members had completely expanded from 30,000 to 60,000 elites. This time, the Godslayer Alliance didn't hide their strength anymore. However, there were also many people in Fengyun Pavilion. Therefore, before the Godslayer Alliance got close, they were immediately discovered. Which alliance do you belong to? This is already Fengyun Pavilion's territory. Someone looked at the sky and frowned. His voice was like thunder. There were many experts from Fengyun Pavilion nearby. At this moment, they were killing barren trees and drinking wine. When they saw the mighty crowd in the distance, they were first stunned. Then they laughed disdainfully and said, "Those people are really a bunch of idiots. They know that this is our territory, but they still came here." However, as soon as they finished speaking, a terrifying gust of wind blew over. Countless rays of light illuminated the area. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge effect caused by tens of thousands of people attacking at the same time. What? The experts from Fengyun Pavilion all opened their mouths wide and even began to tremble. What was going on? After that group of people arrived, they attacked them without saying anything. Moreover, it seemed like they were trying to kill them. Wasn't this completely provoking Fengyun Pavilion? Are you courting death? We are from Fengyun Pavilion. This time, there were more than 1,000 people led by a junior leader. At this moment, they were all panicking. Unfortunately, what answered them was countless powerful attacks. Rumble. The entire ground exploded and thousands of people were sent flying. Some were dead and some were injured. Those who were still alive all sat on the ground, their faces filled with shock. "You are all crazy." The junior leader was still alive, and he was undoubtedly furious. Until now, he still did not know why the other party had attacked them. He also did not know where they came from. Rumble. However, what welcomed them was a huge black and white arrow that flew along the ground. Even a martial god would not dare to take such a powerful attack head-on. The junior leader was not weak. He was a half-step to martial god, but he did not dare to take it head-on. "Oh my god!" he shouted. He had just run 1,000 miles away when he was killed by the arrow. This. The remaining people were all scared out of their wits. They knelt down and kowtowed continuously. As for the group of experts in the distance, they had also arrived. The leader was a young man in a blue robe. He carried a huge sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. However, his face was filled with anger. "Where is Tian Ao?" He was Lin Ling. Those who knelt down were confused. "Tian Ao? What the hell is that? How dare you? What alliance are you from? Do you know the consequences of challenging us in public?" However, there were also people who thought of their own origins and immediately shouted angrily. "Consequences? We would like to know the consequences. Let me tell you, we are from the God-Slayer Alliance." The ninth God's Eye, who was standing beside Lin Ling, said coldly, "God-Slayer Alliance? Didn't this alliance run away? Why did you come back? Are you rebelling? Kneel down and admit your mistake. If you anger Fengyun Tower, all of you will die." That person was stunned for a moment and became even more furious. Of course, he had heard of the God-Slayer Alliance. It was a rapidly rising alliance. However, the God-Slayer Alliance was only arrogant in the 100 alliances. When faced with the 10 overlords, the God-Slayer Alliance was like a tortoise. Moreover, although there were rumors that the God-Slayer Alliance had formed an alliance with the Creation Alliance, it was still a rumor. Chapter 39:14. I am the great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance. After all, Fengyun Tower was one of the 10 overlords. Apologize. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold. Previously, he already knew that Tian Ao and the others had been missing for quite some time. That was why Lin Ling was so furious. Obviously, Fengyun Tower wanted to know what kind of alliance Tian Ao and the others were in. However, after so long, Fengyun Tower did not come looking for them. This meant that Tian Ao and the others did not say anything at all. During this process, Lin Ling could guess that Tian Ao and the rest must have suffered inhumane torture. A bunch of trash. Destroy them all. Lin Ling's rage soared to the heavens as he waved his hand. Rumble. The experts behind him attacked one after another, bombarding those scum until nothing was left. To Fengyun Tower, Lin Ling immediately moved forward again. In the distance, many people who were harvesting the golden fleece flower were in disbelief when they saw this. The God-Slayer Alliance was provoking Fengyun Tower, who didn't know how powerful Fengyun Tower was. In the past, it was the overlord with the most people in the ancient dragon wasteland. They immediately felt that the ancient dragon desolate land was going to be cleansed again. They just didn't know which overlord would be left behind this time. Lin Ling didn't know where Fengyun Tower's big boss was. However, he guessed that Fengyun Tower should be like the God-Slayer Alliance, occupying a huge area. Then, with the main boss outside, all the big bosses were in the center. Therefore, if they followed the path ahead, they would definitely be able to find the great leader of Wind Cloud Tower. And that was indeed the case. Along the way, they encountered even more people from Wind Cloud Tower. Who allowed you to enter this area? Who are you? The experts of Fengyun Tower were all stunned because this was too sudden. Of course, what made them feel surprised was yet to come. Destroy it. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. He directly ordered his subordinates to attack, and that group of people was eradicated again. God-Slayer Alliance. Finally, a leader appeared, and his strength was at the martial god realm. He arrived with thousands of people and glared angrily at Lin Ling. His subordinates were all well-equipped, and they were all half-stepped to martial god realm experts. Which one of you is the leader? Get the hell out here. I want to see what kind of person this leader is. We didn't destroy the God-Slayer Alliance, but you're actually trying to bully us? The leader roared furiously. His aura was like a violent storm, extremely terrifying. Our leader is not someone you can meet just because you want to. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure leaped over from the front, and a giant palm slammed towards him. Rumble. The strength of this slap was incomparably terrifying. It actually directly knocked the leader to the ground, and he fell flat on his face. And the thousands of people below him were all stunned at this moment. Their leader couldn't even block a single attack from someone else. Rebel, your God-Slayer Alliance is courting death. You're pushing yourselves into the fire. The leader had a few teeth knocked out. At this moment, he crawled to his feet. His eyes were red as he cursed angrily. This was because he had been beaten to the point of losing his temper. You think you're worthy? However, this time, Lin Ling spoke. He activated the Step of Wisdom, and a crimson light burst out from his right hand. Then, he looked at the leader and slammed his palm down. Late-stage martial ancestor realm. When the leader sensed Lin Ling's attack, he instantly laughed disdainfully. However, as soon as he laughed, the Step of Wisdom sealed his strength. Then, with a single slap, he was smashed into a meat patty. Even the divine armor on his body was shattered. In the face of 20% of the divine power, the defensive divine armor of the ancestral power was simply not enough. A first-stage martial god expert had fallen here. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. This scared the thousands of people so much that they all knelt down with pale faces. It should be known that they were no longer the same as when they had just arrived. Every one of them had greatly increased their strength, martial skills, and divine armor, not to mention their leader. However, even such a leader had been smashed into a meat patty with a single slap. They were convinced. They were all convinced. Join the God-Slayer Alliance, and you can still live. Seeing the thousands of people kneeling on the ground, Lu Chun immediately said coldly. This was also the style of the ancient dragon wasteland. The weak would be devoured, and the strong alliance would become stronger. Join, we will join. All of them cowed out. Let me ask you one question. Where is Tian Ao of the God-Slayer Alliance? Lu Chun asked again. My lord, we really don't know who Tian Ao is. During this period, there have been many people joining Fengyun Tower. How can we remember so many people? My lord, Fengyun Tower has a leader who is extremely powerful. He has a photographic memory and can remember people he has met 10,000 years ago. You must know. Those people shouted loudly. Lead the way. Lin Ling quietly listened to them. He knew that finding Tian Ao and the others was the priority now. Moreover, Lin Ling had been collecting golden fleece flowers for a long time. Therefore, the God-Slayer Alliance had been waiting patiently. However, this time, the God-Slayer Alliance no longer needed to collect them. Therefore, let's see who is still unconvinced. Unconvinced. Beat them until they are convinced. Demon on demon? Let's devour Fengyun Tower now. What? The God-Slayer Alliance is here? While Lin Ling and the others were rushing toward Fengyun Tower, Most of the leaders of Fengyun Tower also received the news. Without a doubt, they were all dumbfounded. When did the God-Slayer Alliance become so bold? Ever since the ancient Dragon Wasteland was completely reshuffled, the God-Slayer Alliance had disappeared without a trace. Ha, good timing. Somewhere in this area, one of the leaders sneered. I heard that the God-Slayer Alliance also has quite a number of golden fleece flowers. Since they took the initiative to send themselves to us, they're taking advantage of us. Obviously, he still thought that his alliance was the Overlord and the God-Slayer Alliance was just 100 alliances. Guys, prepare to meet the enemy. After that, he issued an order and called for his subordinates to come. One had to admit that Fengyun Tower was indeed huge. A leader like him already had 10,000 experts under his command. Of course, when he saw more people coming from afar, his previous excitement disappeared completely. This was because the God-Slayer Alliance had more people than him, and their aura was much stronger. He even saw the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, who were the founding members of the Alliance. The reason why he was so clear was that he was the leader who practiced the 9 phaseless technique. He would never forget the people he had seen and heard of, and he had seen Lu Chun and the others before, so he naturally recognized them. This made him completely dumbfounded. However, Lin Ling did not have the time to care about this group of people who were in a daze. He looked coldly at this group of experts and shouted angrily, "Where is Tian Ao? Tian Ao?" The leader recalled Lin Ling's words and immediately remembered. Wasn't that the person he had captured not long ago? He is with the big leader. He hurriedly shouted and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He asked, "May I know who you are?" At this moment, his heart was filled with suspicion and curiosity. From the position of the advisor, the blue-robed young man seemed to have a high status. However, he had never heard of such a young man. He was not as famous as Lu Chun, the 9 Lanterns fish. Chapter 39:15. Wind Cloud Tower had arrived. Boom! The leader's heart exploded when he heard this, and the people behind him were shocked as well. This was because they all knew that the God-Slayer Alliance had a leader behind the scenes. However, they had never imagined that it would actually be this young man before them. This was too unbelievable, because they thought that Lu Chun was the leader of the 9 Lanterns fish, and they even guessed that the expert from the Serpent Clan was the leader. However, they never expected that the leader was actually that young man. "It's you. I've seen you before, one of the newbies 3 months ago." The leader had cultivated the 9 formless great technique, so he immediately thought of Lin Ling. At that time, he used his status as a senior to recruit the group of newcomers, and Lin Ling was among them. However, he had never imagined that the newcomer from back then had already become a newcomer. Moreover, he was the leader of one of the 10 overlords. The great leader has arrived. At this moment, a large number of experts arrived from afar. Fengyun Tower, the entire alliance had been mobilized. All of them were half-step martial god realm experts. Moreover, they possessed a large number of treasures. Moreover, there were all kinds of people. There were young people and also 10,000-year-old monsters. The total number of people was actually more than 80,000. After they arrived, they immediately looked at the God-Slayer Alliance with solemn expressions. They obviously hadn't expected the God-Slayer Alliance to be so powerful, especially since the powerhouses of the Alliance were also present. They did not dare to act rashly. "Big leader is here." Many people from the Wind Cloud Pavilion exclaimed in a low voice. Amidst the 80,000 participants, a handsome young man slowly walked out. This man was extremely handsome, but his handsomeness was different from the others. He had a kind of masculine beauty, wielding a long halberd in his hand and clad in white armor. Behind his back, there were 3 silk banners. He resembled a divine general, and his name was Xianxia. Among the 36 academies, the newcomer king was ranked 3rd. However, his current strength had long surpassed many experts of the older generation, and he was ranked in the top 200 of the divine list. This was the result of him growing up in the Dragon Ancient Wasteland. Currently, not many people knew of his strength. Who is the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance? However, before Yang Xiaolong could say anything, someone beside him spoke up. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind, and he exuded a domineering aura. He was the 5th-ranked newcomer king, Lone Star Ba. His strength had already entered the top 300 on the heavenly stairway. This was also the result of cultivating bitterly in the ancient dragon wasteland. I didn't expect the God-Slayer Alliance to have so many experts. I really underestimated you. However, you're looking for someone called Tian-Ao, right? That Lone Star Tyrant was the leader who had captured Tian-Ao and the others. He waved his hand. Bring them up. Immediately, someone brought Tian-Ao and the others out. They were chained, and their faces were dispirited. Moreover, both of their legs were broken. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, their dispirited eyes instantly lit up. The God-Slayer Alliance had arrived? They were all in disbelief. Looking at the miserable state of Tian-Ao and the others, the people of God-Slayer Alliance were enraged. Ha! These guys are really stubborn. Even if they die, they won't tell us where they came from. If you guys hadn't come knocking on our door, I'm afraid we still wouldn't know that they're from the God-Slayer Alliance. Lone Star Ba said calmly as he swept his gaze over everyone in the God-Slayer Alliance. He knew that it wasn't a good idea to start a war with this alliance, because both sides would suffer great losses. Everything that happened was a misunderstanding. Allow me to apologize. Our 2 hegemons will mind their own business and mind their own business. Then, Lone Star Boss said word by word. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the experts of Fengyan Tower. Wait. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Tian-Ao and the others with anger in his eyes. Tian-Ao and the others were captured for no reason and even had their legs broken. Now, they wanted to leave just because of an apology? What? Do you really want to start a war with us? Lone Star Boss suddenly stopped and sneered. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Let me tell you, if we really start a war, both sides will suffer great losses and the other hegemons will benefit. What he said was indeed the truth. Although the God-Slayer Alliance wasn't afraid of Fengyan Tower, the God-Slayer Alliance wouldn't be safe if they eliminated Fengyan Tower. However, Lin Ling didn't care about him at all. He said calmly, As long as you take 1 hit from me, I'll let you leave. What? Lone Star Ba's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he couldn't help but laugh. Take 1 hit from you? Do you know who I am? You? His laughter caused the people under him to laugh as well. Lone Star Ba was now ranked in the top 300 on the stairway to heaven. He was more powerful than many of the older generation experts. That brat actually said that the other party could take 1 hit from him. After Lone Star Ba laughed, he said calmly, Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak? He's the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance. What do you think? At this moment, before Lin Ling could speak, Lu Chun said calmly, Leader? Lone Star Ba and the others obviously didn't expect that the blue-robed young man to be their leader. Even the leader of Fengyan Tower frowned. He was very surprised by this matter. The God-Slayer Alliance was considered to have countless experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid. But now, the God-Slayer Alliance had chosen an ordinary-looking young man to be their leader. After Lone Star Ba recovered from his shock, he finally looked at Lin Ling. All right, since you have said so, I'll try taking 1 hit from you. However, I have to remind you that if you get injured, don't blame me. After he finished speaking, he exploded with an imposing aura. Half-step martial god realm. A 9th-grade ultimate desolate body. His ancestral power had reached the realm of 100%, as expected of the 5th rookie king. His strength was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, after he sneered, he didn't wait for Lin Ling to make a move. He took the initiative to pounce at Lin Ling. His palm appeared behind him as light condensed. Countless rays of light surged towards Lone Star Ba from the sky. On his palm, the light became more and more dazzling. In the end, it turned into a light sphere with a radius of more than 10 meters. Within the light sphere, energy surged. Great Moon Heavenly Yuan Wave. It could stimulate one's ancestral power to the peak and display the absolute might of one's talent. That was because it was absorbing the power of the moon in the universe. When a huge light sphere appeared, countless experts found it difficult to breathe. Then they released their techniques to block the incoming energy. That was because the huge light sphere kept releasing fist-sized light darts. Ordinary half-step martial gods couldn't block them at all. As for those at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, they would be directly penetrated and die. With Lone Star Ba's strength, it wasn't difficult for him to fight against an ordinary martial god realm old monster. Can't block it. Lone Star Ba's long hair fluttered as he revealed a disdainful smile. His cold eyes looked forward. Chapter 39:16. The Battle of the Great Leaders. All of Lone Star Tyrant's moonlight darts bounced off before they even got close. What? Lone Star Ba's eyes narrowed. That guy really had a lot of treasures on him. He was a little envious for a moment and couldn't wait to snatch those treasures. However, he soon sneered because his great lunar heavenly yuan wave was the truly terrifying existence. This guy is very strong. Chen Ting and the others narrowed their eyes as Lone Star Tyrant approached them. Chen Ting and Chun Wu were both members of the strongest circle in the Third God Hall. Therefore, based on Lone Star Tyrant's move, they knew that this person's strength was already at the top of the 3 million. That move, most likely even a martial god would not be able to block it. They couldn't help but look at Senior Lu Chun and the others. However, Senior Lu Chun and the others only had cold smiles on their faces. They didn't care at all. They knew that the armor Lin Ling was wearing was extremely powerful, able to resist 50% of the attacks of a half-martial god realm expert and 3 full-powered attacks of a first-layer martial god realm expert. Although the Great Moon Heavenly Yuan wave was powerful, it couldn't break through Lin Ling's defense. Rumble. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the terrifying light wave finally struck Lin Ling. But in the end, Lin Ling just stood there motionless. Instead, a crimson light appeared in his palm. Boom! Lin Ling patted him lightly, causing Lone Star Tyrant's eyes to narrow. However, he also roared, "You want to hurt me? Dream on." Since he was the leader, he naturally had countless treasures. However, what Lin Ling slapped out at him was the Bodhi Testimony Divine Art. Bang! This palm caused Lone Star Tyrant's armor to explode. Then blood gushed out of his body, and he smashed into the ground. Looking at his legs again, they had been forcibly broken by Lin Ling. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. One of Wind Cloud Tower's leaders had been defeated. Furthermore, this leader was ranked in the top 300 on the god list. My lord, Gu Xingba's subordinates immediately rushed over, wanting to help Gu Xingba up. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also walked forward step by step. His gaze was cold as he looked at those subordinates. With just a glance, those subordinates did not dare to help and quietly retreated. What do you want? The Lone Star Tyrant sat on the ground and looked at Lin Ling with red eyes. However, he was already starting to panic in his heart. Bang! Lin Ling didn't say anything. He kicked out with great force, sending Lone Star Tyrant flying like a sandbag. Along the way, he knocked down countless experts. But in the end, Lone Star Tyrant was blocked by those experts who wanted to help him up. However, Lin Ling had already walked over again. Bang! The Wind Cloud Tower's experts suddenly felt their legs go soft. They didn't dare to support the Lone Star Tyrant anymore and retreated. On the other hand, the Lone Star Tyrant who had just been supported fell to the ground again, looking extremely miserable. Attack my people. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Many people knew why Lin Ling crippled Lone Star Tyrant's legs. It was an eye for an eye. Enough. However, at this time, a cold voice interrupted Lin Ling. The one who spoke was no doubt Wind Cloud Tower's big leader, Xianxia. At this moment, he was holding a halberd in his hand, and his eyes were cold. Lin Ling hitting one of his men in front of him was, in fact, an insult to his dignity. It's been a long time since someone dared to beat up my people in front of me. It was impossible for Yang Xiaolong to not come out, because if he didn't speak, the entire Wind Cloud Tower would no longer believe him. Now, haven't you seen it? Lin Ling stopped walking and looked at Yang Xiaolong indifferently. He obviously knew that there would be a battle between him and Wind Cloud Tower's big leader sooner or later, because this was also a battle between leaders. You think I'm really afraid of you? I'm only afraid of Lu Chun and the others. Yang Xiaolong's eyes were cold, but he also looked at Lu Chun and the other two leaders with fear. In fact, their Wind Cloud Tower was able to become one of the 10 overlords not because of their strength, but because of their numbers. They had gathered many experts from the 36 academies, including the new generation king and other outstanding talents. However, in a one-on-one battle, these people were no match for Lu Chun and the others. How about this, you and I fight? Whoever wins will have the right to annex the others. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke. Haha, who do you think you are? Why should I fight? Obviously, Yang Xiaolong thought that the God Extermination Alliance would send out Lu Chun for this battle. Therefore, he didn't want to fight. After speaking, he waved his hand and ordered his men to take Lone Star Tyrant away. Then, he slowly turned around. Wind Cloud Tower's big leader, is this all you've got? After I stepped on your door and crippled your subordinates' legs, you, the big leader, can only run away like a tortoise? However, at this time, a figure shot towards Yang Xiaolong with a speed exceeding 2,000 worlds. A sword seemed to fall from the sky and slash down ruthlessly. It was Lin Ling. Yang Xiaolong didn't want to fight just because he said so. Lin Ling wouldn't agree to it. At this moment, Yang Xiaolong's expression changed instantly and became extremely ugly. This big leader of the God Extermination Alliance was too much. Although they had captured Tian'ao, the God Extermination Alliance had also killed many of their men and crippled one of their big leaders. This matter should be even. However, the big leader of the God Extermination Alliance was still unwilling to give up and wanted to attack him. Tiger Halberd. However, the terrifying power behind him didn't allow Yang Xiaolong to hesitate any longer. He pointed the halberd in his hand at the sky. Rumble. The boundary essence of the martial god realm burst out crazily. This was because Yang Xiaolong was a first-level martial god realm expert. Ranked third in the Newcomer King competition, his strength was indeed extraordinary. In fact, Yang Xiaolong guessed that this move of his was enough to make Lin Ling retreat in the face of defeat. Bang! Bang! However, when the halberd and sword collided in the sky, they were actually evenly matched. Neither side took a step back. This caused the Fengyun Tower's people to widen their eyes in disbelief. Lin Ling held the tyrannical sword in his hand and maintained the posture of slashing down. However, he said with contempt, I think you, ranked third in the Newcomer King competition, is only SOSO. Hearing this, Yang Xiaolong's face instantly flushed red and his eyes burned like fire. Big leader, the Fengyun Tower's people were shouting. However, Yang Xiaolong roared, Get out of my way. Today, no one is allowed to stop me. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the talent in his body finally erupted, forming a terrifying wave of air that rushed out. Lin Ling also used this momentum to retreat. He landed on the ground and looked at Yang Xiaolong with a smile. This guy, now is the time to fight. Roar. Almost at the same time, a dazzling golden tiger soared into the sky and roared angrily in the forest. However, this wasn't the end. Another pure white, holy and flawless white lion rushed out and squatted in the sky, impenetrable by all evil. Finally, an ancient azure dragon appeared. It hovered in the sky and emitted a power that could control one's soul. The ultimate 9th grade desolate physique, the tiger, lion, and dragon saint physique. Chapter 39:17. The true copy of Raging Thunder. I've finally gathered enough. An old man from Fengyun Tower exclaimed excitedly. The tiger, lion, and dragon saint physiques required one to possess the saint dragon, saint lion, and saint tiger physiques. Moreover, these three physiques were weak at the beginning. They were the fusion of the snake, cow, and dog physiques. However, as they continued to evolve, They gradually became the dragon, lion, and tiger physiques. After arriving at the ancient dragon desolate land, Yang Xiaolong purchased the blood essence of the Saint Dragon, Saint Lion, and Saint Tiger physiques and finally advanced to the Saint physique. According to legend, one could even advance to the god realm in the end. After the three Saint physiques appeared, Yang Xiaolong roared at the sky, causing the clouds to change color. Senior Lu Chun, look! The leader of the God-slaying alliance approached Lu Chun and Yang Xiaolong. He frowned and said, "Should we make a move? Let's take a look first." However, Lu Chun shook his head. At present, he had no idea what Lin Ling's strength was. After all, ever since they formed an alliance, Lin Ling had been collecting treasures and the God-slaying alliance had dealt with his opponents. However, Lu Chun believed that Lin Ling wasn't that simple. After Yang Xiaolong activated the three Saint physiques, his aura rose steadily. Then, he sensed the respectful gazes around him, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Now, the Fengyan Tower's members were even more respectful to him. The God-slaying alliance's members were even more respectful to him. He looked at Lin Ling with disdain and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Use your talent. The current you isn't qualified for me to use my talent." Lin Ling shook his head calmly. The moment his words came out, the Fengyan Tower's members roared, mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. It was undeniable that Lin Ling, as the great leader of the God-slaying alliance, had some ability. However, Yang Xiaolong was also a great leader, and his strength wasn't weak. In front of Yang Xiaolong, Lin Ling actually said that he wasn't qualified. Could it be that this mysterious great leader of the God-slaying alliance thought of himself as the #1 newcomer king? Yang Xiaolong was stunned. Then, he flew into a rage and attacked Lin Ling without another word. Long Yu Aotian. Under his feet, an azure dragon immediately appeared, carrying him towards Lin Ling with awe-inspiring might. His speed had reached 2,500 world speed. This speed was even faster than Lin Ling's current speed. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the tyrannical Song sword in his hand. Just as he tightened his grip, Yang Xiaolong's fist arrived like the roar of a holy tiger. This was the punch of a first-level martial god. However, Lin Ling's fleshly body was strong, and his 6 dantians immediately merged together. Peak ancestral power was also ruthlessly slashed out. Clang! When the fists collided, the swords were like metal colliding. The two of them were actually evenly matched. This also made everyone's pupils constrict. It was as if there was some kind of disbelief in their throats, but they could not spit it out. Yang Xiaolong maintained his punching posture, but behind him, a golden light flashed and a sword slashed at him. This was the sacred tiger's tail. Moreover, the distance was so close that no one could react in time. However, the people who could not react in time did not include Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still holding his sword, but the true inheritance dark sword flew out from the sword lock behind him. The 18 immortal swords danced back and forth, crisscrossing back and forth, and actually sped towards Yang Xiaolong's sword. Clang! Clang! The golden sword was immediately blocked by the true inheritance dark sword, and it returned to its original form. It was actually the tail of a divine tiger. Great realm lion tigers roar. Yang Xiaolong was shocked by Lin Ling's means, but he was also furious in his heart. He wanted to fight against him without using his talent. He roared furiously, and a blinding light shot out from his mouth, and a deafening lion tiger's roar erupted. Lin Ling was very close to him. At this moment, his eyes flickered slightly, and he unleashed his full speed, quickly retreating. Even the tyrannical Song sword was temporarily ignored. Return. As he drifted back, Lin Ling also let out a low roar. The 18 true inheritance dark swords flew in front of Lin Ling and kept spinning, forming a sword shield. Bang! 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 And the light wave that Yang Xiaolong spat out hit the sword shield, and countless golden stars bloomed. So powerful. This person is a true expert swordsman. Seeing Lin Ling casually controlling the swords many people in Fengyun Tower exclaimed. Even Yang Xiaolong was shocked. This Lin Ling really had many swords, and each sword was at the peak of ancestor power. He really didn't know how he cultivated. Boom! As he was thinking about this, the roar of the lion and tiger finally disappeared. It was blocked by the sword and shield. Then, the 18 true inheritance nether swords also dispersed. However, after dispersing, people found that the blue-robed young man, who was behind the sword and shield, had a huge bone dragon bow in his hand. The sixth arrow, what is 5? 1. Suffering day and night, leading to calamity. 2. One is full, many are full. 3. Sin weapon staff, eagle snake, wolf dog. For either dragon, god, heaven, or ghost. 5. If you fall into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Continuous, so-called seamless. Seamless. Ancient Sanskrit also spread out in the sky. Not good. Yang Xiaolong's pupils violently trembled. When he came to his senses, black and white intersected in his eyes. It was like an arrow that fused hell and heaven. Dragon scale. Yang Xiaolong immediately roared, and countless azure dragon scales appeared around his body, forming a small shield. Rumble. However, when the black and white arrow shot over, it pushed him thousands of miles away before exploding. Boom! Endless Buddhist light scattered, illuminating the land. The excitement of this battle between the leaders had undoubtedly far exceeded people's imaginations. No one expected that Lin Ling would be able to fight Yang Xiaolong until now, and not be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, Lin Ling had not used his talent. Tiger-dragon dual form. And at this moment, Yang Xiaolong appeared in the Buddhist light. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was injured. His hands struck out wildly, and a dragon and tiger intertwined, roaring as they shot out. Crackle. Endless thunder boomed in the sky, and the wind and clouds stirred. The dragon and tiger had drawn out the momentum of dragon and tiger. What a powerful, desolate physique. It actually blocked my arrow. At this moment, Lin Ling leaped up. He stretched out his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword shot into it. He stretched out his left hand, and endless light shot out from the sky. The 18 nether swords shrunk, transforming into a huge golden sword. Clang! The two swords crossed in front of him, and Lin Ling shot out. Let's see if your dragon and tiger are more powerful than my dual swords. Everyone heard this sentence. Following that, sword beams flashed, and demonic and immortal chi intertwined with each other. They were extremely sharp. Gotcha! Under countless gazes, the dragon and tiger were cut in half by the dual swords, shocking everyone. Yang Xiaolong's eyes widened. He was a martial god, and he had a 9th grade talent. The guy had actually cut his dragon and tiger in half. Could it be that the sword in his hand had the power of a god? True raging lightning of startling heaven. Suddenly, Yang Xiaolong roared at the sky. Chapter 39:18. Fengyun Tower destroyed. As for the real book he was reciting, he had bought it from the shop of gods. With the 3 saints in his body, it had the same effect as Lin Ling's talent fusion. The difference was that Lin Ling's talent fusion could fuse with anything as long as it was a high-level talent. On the other hand, the Raging Thunder True Origin could only fuse with the 3 saints. It was a divine ability that came with the 3 saint physiques. Haha! Yang Xiaolong's aura rose steadily. Ancient azure dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. A dragon armor appeared on his forehead, a tiger claw on his left arm, a lion claw on his right arm, and his legs turned into the legs of a ferocious beast. A fatal aura erupted from his body. The experts of Fengyun Tower were all stunned. Boom! As Yang Xiaolong took a step forward, the ground split open, and countless ancient barren mountains shot up into the sky, tumbling in the air like rice straws. As for the weaker half-step martial gods, they were sent flying into the sky. Yang Xiaolong's strength was terrifying. He was like one of the 3 holy gods from the ancient era of the gods. At this moment, he was walking step by step towards his prey. Looking at Yang Xiaolong's appearance, The corners of Lin Ling's eyes curled into a cold sneer. He clearly sensed that Yang Xiaolong had cultivated some kind of ability that allowed his talent to touch the 10th grade. However, was Yang Xiaolong the only one with talent? Endless smoke emanated from Lin Ling's body, and darkness descended. Black, completely black. There was even the roar of an angry dragon. Dragon? The great leader of the God Slayer Alliance also possesses the innate talent of dragons? It's just a fake dragon. How can it compare to the great leader? The great leader has been practicing martial arts since young and has long defeated countless experts with the dragon talent. The people from Wind Cloud Tower were stunned for a moment before a faint smile appeared on their faces. Rumble. However, at this time, ominous auras filled the sky and covered the sun. It was as if doomsday was coming. Moreover, people could faintly see jellyfish flying in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Those jellyfish were like evil spirits from the underworld. After the smoke dissipated, a monster appeared before everyone's eyes. What is this? When had the elites of Storm Tower ever seen such a monster? Moreover, they could feel an enormous pressure coming towards them. That feeling was like a strong wind blowing against their faces, making it difficult for them to breathe. At this moment, Yang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. However, just as he reacted, a black light flashed towards him. His speed had reached 2,900 world speed. The fist arrived in a split second, landing on Yang Xiaolong's chest with a loud boom. That fist actually broke through countless azure dragon scales, and even caused Yang Xiaolong's internal organs to shift. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Xiaolong staggered back a dozen steps. However, at this moment, the black shadow rushed over. The dragon claw suddenly clenched into a fist and blasted out again. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Xiaolong retreated again. His pupils were wide open. However, a vicious aura arrived in front of his eyes again. Two enormous dragon tails swept out. Boom! Yang Xiaolong was sent flying, and the ground shook. Cracks appeared on the huge plate. The surroundings became even more silent. Was this the innate power of the God Slayer Alliance's great leader? The people of Wind Cloud Tower felt as if they were suffocating. Great leader! Following that, many of them roared and rushed towards the huge crater. More than a dozen leaders cooperated and finally carried Yang Xiaolong out. Looking at Yang Xiaolong again, he no longer had the majestic aura of a dragon, tiger, and lion. His azure scales were tattered, and his masculine face was distorted. Blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, and his teeth were also spat out. Then, his entire body shrunk and returned to his original form. His expression was extremely dispirited. Pooh! He raised his head to look at Lin Ling, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling's body was pitch black, and countless tentacles were dancing behind him, giving people a sense of fear, especially Yang Xiaolong. He was already trembling with fear. He didn't know why Lin Ling could beat him so easily, but he had a feeling that this monster's innate talent had reached the 10th grade. Let's go! Yang Xiaolong didn't dare to stay any longer and shouted in embarrassment. Great leader! At this moment, many people from Fengyun Tower looked at Yang Xiaolong. They knew that they had lost this battle, and this was because the Founding Alliance hadn't made a move yet. If the Founding Alliance had made a move, they would have lost even more miserably. No matter how one looked at it, the God Slayer Alliance was much stronger than Fengyun Tower. The funny thing was that they actually dared to capture people from the God Slayer Alliance. Fengyun Tower disband. From now on, there will be no Fengyun Tower among the 10 overlords. Yang Xiaolong smiled bitterly and finally couldn't help but say this. No Fengyun Tower? The faces of the Fengyun Tower's experts darkened. All of you, join the God Slayer Alliance. Yang Xiaolong was disheartened and left with a few of his subordinates. In fact, he knew that it would be difficult for him to lead Fengyun Tower again after his defeat. Looking at Yang Xiaolong and his subordinates leaving, Lin Ling didn't chase after them. This Yang Xiaolong was a real man who kept his words. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to spare his life. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling ignored the Fengyun Tower's experts and turned around to leave. In fact, he didn't care about the Fengyun Tower's experts because the mission to collect the golden fleece flower was over. What he wanted to do now was to go to the god's store to buy treasures. However, Lin Ling didn't care, but the other leaders were very concerned. They immediately took in the Fengyun Tower's experts. This time, the God Slayer Alliance's members had reached 140,000. After the Fengyun Tower's destruction, countless rumors spread in the ancient dragon wasteland. Fengyun Tower used to be one of the overlords with the most people, but they were also eliminated. Could it be the Heaven Alliance? No, it's the God Slayer Alliance. This God Slayer Alliance is too scary. They were even weaker than the 100 Worlds Alliance. I heard that the God Slayer Alliance's leader fought with the Fengyun Tower's leader. In the end, the Fengyun Tower's leader was defeated and handed over the Fengyun Tower. Moreover, the God Slayer Alliance sent out their leader, that mysterious and secretive leader. The God Slayer Alliance really has a leader behind the scenes, so powerful. Without a doubt, the 10 overlords of the ancient dragon wasteland had undergone changes. The number of overlords that remained was getting smaller and smaller. In the following days, the Heaven Alliance also attacked the Northern Dragon Ice Nation Alliance and the Tiandi League. The Northern Dragon Ice Nation Alliance was completely destroyed, and another overlord fell. As for the Tiandi League, they were smarter and chose to hide. For the time being, they were still alive. The Heaven Alliance's momentum soared to the sky. Next, they attacked the Freedom Sword Alliance, almost annihilating the alliance. From the looks of it, the Heaven Alliance seemed to want to annihilate all the other alliances. This made many people speculate that the next one to be annihilated would be the God Slayer Alliance. Chapter 39:19. Buying like crazy. The leader, the seventh prince, was rumored to be a participant of the deity realm. Senior, I want to buy some treasures. At this moment, the number of people in God's shop had decreased by a lot. A mysterious person wearing a cloak quietly appeared in front of the shop. Under the cloak, there was also a handsome face. The old man in the shop frowned and was about to curse. He obviously thought that this person was here to release a smoke bomb again. However, at this moment, a bamboo pipe appeared in the mysterious person's hand, and he started smoking calmly. The old man was stunned. Speaking of which, he had seen people release smoke bombs before, but he had never seen someone release smoke bombs so arrogantly. When people saw him, they were all respectful. This guy was actually smoking? That's not right. The smell of this smoke is so familiar. The old man almost cursed it out loud, but he immediately became suspicious. He took a deep breath of the smoke, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't this the Kirishin's shredded tobacco? I'm here to buy some things. I heard that with shredded tobacco, everything is 50% off. Seeing that the old man had reacted, the mysterious person laughed. 50% off? No problem. Speaking of which, little friend, did you just come from the Kirishin? The old man immediately said with a smile. This also made the people who were secretly watching the shop from afar all dumbfounded. Smile? This was the first time they had seen that bad-tempered senior smile obsequiously. That's right, and the shredded tobacco was given by Sister Tsuehua. The mysterious person nodded. After hearing that it was Sister Tsuehua, the old man finally confirmed everything. Next, he displayed all the treasures. The mysterious person was Lin Ling. Now, he was finally going to make a big purchase. Divinity bye. Lin Ling stared at the martial arts mystiques. He was going to buy a lot of them. These were prepared for Yu, Grandpa, and the others. Mystical treasures. I want the fruit of fortune. Buy all the immortal fruits for me too. And the demigod divine pill. I want it too. I'll buy the heart of the battle god. Lin Ling continued to calculate the prices and purchase them in a frenzy. Then, he looked at the number 1 legacy treasure. At this moment, the price of these 4 legacy treasures was finally revealed. 100 million golden fleece flower. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. He was certain that other than him, no one else could buy the entire ancient dragon desolate land. I want the inheritance treasure of fire. Lin Ling roared. Even though he had always been calm, he almost went crazy at this moment. The inheritance treasure of the gods was said to be the treasure vault of the gods. However, after the gods fell, the treasure vault was left behind. There was no need to imagine how terrifying the treasures inside were. For this reason, Lin Ling had given up on the divine embryo. That's right, I bought it half price. This means that I can buy the god's legacy treasure for only 50 million. Then, for the rest of the golden fleece flower, I'll buy all the divine and divine weapons treasures. If there are any remaining golden fleece flowers, buy them for me as well. Lin Ling roared at the old man. The old man was shocked. If he did not know this kid, he would have thought that this kid was his enemy. However, he could understand Lin Ling's excitement. All right, I'll pack them all up. They're all yours. Thank you, Senior. Also, can you help me hide this news? Hee hee, I know what you're worried about. No problem. In the end, Lin Ling returned from a rewarding journey and left God's store with a smile on his face. Idiot, he's the only one who can be so proud of making a smoke bomb. Is he crazy? He didn't buy anything and he's so happy. Maybe he can't find any golden fleece flower and he's so anxious. Seeing Lin Ling leave, many people said with disdain. This was because they had been paying attention to the jade tokens in their hands and saw that there were no fewer treasures in God's store. Therefore, they guessed that this person must be a smoke bomb. Of course, Lin Ling heard their laughter. However, he was laughing even harder in his heart. After a while, these people would realize that there were no more treasures in God's store other than the first 3 items. At that time, would they cry? TSK, I heard that the Immortal Temple is planning to marry off their saintess. They'll marry her on the spot in 10 days. Wow, this is great news. I heard that the saintess has obtained the divine embryo body. Whoever dual cultivates with her will have a certain chance of obtaining the divine embryo body. This news must be fake. The Immortal Temple belongs to the Immortal Demon Alliance. How can they let their saintess marry off so easily? You don't know about this. At this moment, the experts from the Heaven Alliance and the 7th Imperial Alliance have joined forces to destroy the Immortal Demon Alliance. If the Immortal Demon Alliance does not want to be destroyed, they can only marry off their saintess. Moreover, the Immortal Demon Alliance is also very cunning. When their saintess gets married, they want to get some rewards. Therefore, they've announced that the saintess will marry whoever gives her the most precious treasure. The Immortal Demon Alliance is too cunning. That's where you're wrong. I heard that those are betrothal gifts for the saintess. In fact, a large portion of them are left for the saintess. In 10 days, something big will happen. I just don't know who will become the son-in-law. After all, that person has a certain chance of obtaining the divine embryo body. As he walked down the stairs, Lin Ling suddenly heard a lot of discussions around him. The Immortal Temple is going to marry off in Yuer. When he heard the news, Lin Ling's heart was filled with endless killing intent. He almost wanted to throw the curse of the gods that was originally left for martial god Wen Tian to the Immortal Temple. However, when he heard the last sentence, he did not hate the Immortal Temple as much as before. This was because although the Immortal Temple had opened its mouth wide, those betrothal gifts were left for Yuer. From this point, it could be seen that the Immortal Temple still doted on Yuer. However, they were forced by the experts from the Heaven Alliance to make such a choice in order to protect the Immortal Temple. I didn't expect that the dignified 9 provinces 10 evils would be reduced to such a state today. Lin Ling was also somewhat emotional. In the past, the Immortal Temple was an overlord existence. However, in the face of the experts of the final world, they still had to compromise and surrender. 10 days? Subsequently, Lin Ling's mouth outlined a confident smile. It was time to bring senior sister Yu back. Betrothal gifts? The others were not qualified enough. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling quickened his pace. Just as he left the stairs, a large number of people came up to him. These people had arrogant looks on their faces and looked very happy. Most importantly, the person leading them was Duan Wuhan. There was no doubt that Duan Wuhan, as the first bloodline of the Duan family, was the leader of the Duan family alliance. Young master, a great opportunity has come. If you can win the Immortal Temple's Saintis, you can get a divine embryo body. The seventh prince wants to compete with the young master. He should look at himself in the mirror. Behind Duan Wuhan, several experts were flattering him. Duan Wuhan's face was calm, but the corners of his mouth quietly outlined a smile. Yes. Chapter 39:20. Rumors were everywhere. Go to God's store and buy all those treasures. This time, even if I have to go bankrupt, I must buy these treasures. Subsequently, Duan Wuhan said confidently, comparing betrothal gifts. Who was he afraid of? The seventh prince was no match for him at all. They also sped up a bit and walked past Lin Ling. However, they couldn't find Lin Ling at all. Because Lin Ling had too many treasures on him, it was actually very easy to find a treasure that could conceal one's aura. Duan Wuhan, Lin Ling chuckled and strode away as well. At this moment, in God's store, there were several people making smoke bombs one after another, pretending to inquire about the price of the treasures. Let them get lost. After Duan Wuhan entered the hall, he immediately said indifferently. His subordinates immediately drove those people away. Then, Duan Wuhan smiled and walked over. After seeing the old man, he saluted. Senior, don't you know about the fruit of fortune, fruit of fate, and fruit of kindness? I heard that these three fruits have received the blessings of the gods, so I want to buy them. Duan Wuhan's intention was to use these precious fruits to please the saintess of the Immortal Temple. Sorry, they are sold out. However, the old man said indifferently. What? Duan Wuhan immediately looked at the jade token in his hand and suddenly found that the three fruits in the jade token had indeed disappeared. However, before he entered, he deliberately looked at the jade token. At that time, the three fruits still existed. Is there a holy flower? Duan Wuhan asked again. Sold out. Don't you know about the red moon sacred array? Sold out. No way. I just saw it before I came in. Hey, why did it suddenly disappear? Duan Wuhan was dumbfounded. Then, he frantically called out the treasures, but the old man only replied with one sentence. It was sold out. He immediately looked at the jade token in his hand, but the treasures that were still there were suddenly all gone. Is there a divine inheritance treasure? Duan Wuhan was on fire. He didn't believe that all the treasures were sold out. I do have that. What kind of God's legacy treasure do you want? The old man asked indifferently. In fact, Duan Wuhan was just asking. He could still afford to buy other treasures, but he couldn't afford a single hair of the four great gods' inheritance treasures. That was because it was 100 million golden fleece flower. He even suspected that there were more than 100 million golden fleece flowers in the ancient dragon desolate land. Well, I want the legacy of fire, Duan Wuhan casually said again. It's sold out. The old man glanced at Duan Wuhan and said indifferently. This time, Duan Wuhan's jaw almost hit the ground. Did someone really buy the inheritance of the gods? This had to be a joke, right? It was just that he had been staring at the jade token all along, but he didn't notice it at all. Could it be that this old man was lying? Impossible. No matter how arrogant the old man was, he wouldn't dare to joke about the gods. This meant that the old man was telling the truth. Most of the things that caught your eye have already been bought, but if you don't mind, you could try to buy the 6 divine embryos. There are still 5 left. At this time, the old man suggested. Hearing this, Duan Wuhan almost vomited blood. If he could afford the divine embryos, why would he marry the saintess of the Immortal Temple? While they were talking, the ancient dragon desolate body also emitted a monstrous wave. That was because people found that the jade tokens in their hands had suddenly lost many treasures. Divine weapons, not a single one was left. Divine weapons, not a single one was left. Rare treasures, more than half of them were gone. Who is it? Do you still want to let people live? I finally saved 1,000 golden fleece flowers to buy the blood trace demon scroll, but now it's gone. My efforts were in vain. Damn it, my swallow divine knife. Many people were about to faint from anger. Not a single one was left, but at least a mouthful of soup was left. Someone bought the legacy of the gods. Of course, The most shocking news was the first legacy of the gods. The overlords were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. They were jealous and kept guessing who bought such a treasure, because so far among the overlords, no one had 100 million golden fleece flowers. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Find out who bought such a precious treasure. The various overlords immediately passed down their orders. Without a doubt, they all got the news that the last person was Duan Wuhan, because after he appeared, all the treasures disappeared. Duan Wuhan, you played a good move. You actually hid so many golden fleece flowers. Men, keep harassing the Duan clan's alliance during this period of time. Damn it, it's enough that this guy bought the divine inheritance. Since he bought all the divine weapons and divine arts, you, Duan Wuhan, left me with no way out. So I'll leave you with no way out. If there is a chance, teach him a lesson. Many strong people were gnashing their teeth in anger. However, at this moment, Duan Wuhan was angrier than anyone because he didn't buy the treasures he needed. Instead, he bought some trash. It must be the 7th prince. This guy is really hateful. He really couldn't think of anyone who owned such a golden fleece flower. So he guessed that it was the 7th Imperial Alliance. Without a doubt, the 7th Imperial Alliance was the scapegoat. And Duan Wuhan was the one who got shot. He had just left the god's store, and a large number of strong people immediately came to make things difficult for him. This also made Duan Wuhan confused and angry. Are you all looking for death? Why are you making things difficult for me? You know what you have done. Those strong people were so angry that they had lost their minds. I know what I have done. I don't know shit. I bought a treasure, but I didn't buy what I liked. As a result, I bought a bunch of things that I didn't like. You are angry, but I won't be angry. Duan Wuhan felt even more wronged, as if he had nowhere to vent his anger. Duan Wuhan, although we don't dare to kill you, it's not difficult to teach you a lesson. Hearing Duan Wuhan's words, those strong people thought that Duan Wuhan was teasing them, and they were all mad. Then, they were too lazy to talk nonsense and directly taught him a lesson. At this moment, on the other side of the Dead Sea, Lin Ling didn't know about this. He had already found a quiet place to wait for the arrival of 10 days. Senior apprentice Sister Yu, Er's divine fetus body has obviously attracted the attention of many overlords. However, they want to snatch with me. Lin Ling originally wanted to make a fortune in silence, but this matter was related to an Yuer. Therefore, he also threw caution to the wind. At that time, he would use endless treasures as betrothal gifts, smashing those people who attempted to escort the bride until they were too ashamed to show their faces. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that the wedding 10 days later was bound to be a sensational event. There would be countless strong people. Therefore, in these 10 days, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible, especially the human sovereign's flame. Fruit of good, fruit of fortune, fruit of fate, he had already gathered enough. With the blessings of these fruits, refining the human sovereign's flame should not be difficult. And beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost floated there quietly. On that fanged face, there was also a hint of expectation at this moment. Refine. Chapter 39:21. Refining the flame of the human king. In Lin Ling's Dantian, the golden flame emitted endless majesty. It kept circling, dancing, and finally quietly turned into the figure of an emperor. Once this emperor appeared, everything in the world seemed to be assimilated, and Lin Ling's body naturally could not escape this fate. Oh, an extremely majestic aura rushed into Lin Ling's body, causing him to frown slightly. But at this moment, the 3 fruits floating around Lin Ling in the 3 directions of heaven, earth, and human began to burn. Mysterious words floated out, forming a scene of heaven and earth, protecting Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly sensed that the assimilation pressure had lessened. He also immediately knew that this was the power of the 3 fruits. As expected of the blessings of the gods, it was not in vain that he had spent so much effort to obtain these 3 fruits. And with the scene of heaven and earth evolving, Lin Ling no longer felt any pressure. He began to try to get closer to the flame of the human king. As if it had a spirit, the flame of the human king emitted circles of golden flame halos, blocking Lin Ling from getting closer. However, those flame halos had no effect on Lin Ling. This was the power of the three fruits. "Now you're still arrogant," Lin Ling shouted in his heart. His soul power controlled his consciousness to get closer, and then he controlled the flame of the human king to push it toward the space-time tablet's dantian. The dantian that belonged to the space-time tablet was originally colorful, but gradually became golden and resplendent. A thick majesty spread out from time to time. In the end, when the flame of the human monarch completely merged with his dantian, Lin Ling's entire body burned. It was a golden flame, but it was not an ordinary golden color. It was a golden color that carried the might of an emperor. The surrounding Dead Sea was completely burning at this moment, turning into a golden color. The entire sea seemed to be controlled by Lin Ling. And this was the assimilation power of the human king's flame. According to legend, the most terrifying human king's flame could assimilate everything in the world, turning everything in the world into the human king's people. Rumble. Outside of Lin Ling's body, golden flames danced and boiled, transforming into a tall Dharma idol of a human king. This Dharma idol was also golden in color, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but it exuded an irresistible majesty. If the masters of Shun San Hall were here at this moment, they would be trembling in fear. This was because the might emanating from the Dharma idol was already at the level of a divine embryo. According to legend, only those with divine embryos could become gods. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Divine embryo body. Lin Ling was stunned because he realized how terrifying the power brought about by the dantian was. He was confident that he could defeat a first-layer martial god realm expert with a golden glow, even without using the innate talent merge or the flesh of the godly demon. Very strong. This was the flame of the human sovereign. Then, Lin Ling looked around and realized that the ocean of death had turned into a golden ocean. Even the desolate trees in the ocean had changed, becoming dazzling with golden light. This was the power of assimilation. The human king's flame was the first flame that the human king had brought to the human race. Therefore, tens of thousands of people had submitted to it, including the ocean and the desolate trees. "Rise!" Lin Ling let out a low roar, his voice filled with endless majesty. Rumble. Huge waves immediately rose from the ocean of death, which was controlled by Lin Ling. It was as if the power of the ocean of death was Lin Ling's power. The human king's flame, in addition to its powerful attack, also has such a remarkable ability. Exclamation point. Lin Ling knew very well how terrifying assimilation was. For example, if a wisp of Lin Ling's flame was left in a martial artist's body, the flame could immediately assimilate everything, making the martial artist submit to it. Moreover, not only the martial artist, but everything in the world could submit to it. And this was the power of assimilation. What if it wasn't assimilated? Lin Ling pointed his finger, and from the depths of his dantian, a wisp of golden flame shot out like a meteor. The golden flame quietly landed on the ground in front of him. Crackle. The ancient ground in front of him, with a radius of 10,000 miles, instantly burned. The golden flame soared into the sky, as if the human king was furious. Moreover, this flame had no sense of temperature, but anything that approached it would immediately be burned into nothingness. As expected of the human king's flame. At this moment, the giant ghost also floated back. Because the three fruits had already turned into nothingness, he no longer feared the power of the three fruits. And the way he looked at Lin Ling had also changed. It was as if the youth of the past had become a god at this moment. This was the power of a god. After the era of gods, tens of thousands of gods fell. After the era of gods, the gods that rose up became fewer and fewer. But now, there's finally a god that rose up quietly here. The giant ghost said. The giant ghost said. He could faintly see that Lin Ling would definitely become a god in the future. Lin Ling. This is the power without the fusion of talents. If you fuse them, all your talents will be led by the human king's flame, and your strength will greatly increase. The giant ghost said again. Yes, yes. In response, Lin Ling nodded heavily. After the battle with martial god Wen Tian, his confidence had increased by another level. This was because he had the divine embryo. In the ancient dragon desolate land, other than in Yuer, he was the second martial artist with such talent. Demigod divine pill. Yes. However, when he thought of the fated battle, Lin Ling did not dare to slack off. He immediately took out a pill. This pill looked extremely simple and unadorned. Those who did not know would think that it was an ordinary pill. This was because this pill did not have any pill markings, nor did it have any pill light. However, Lin Ling knew that this was a true pill from the era of gods because it was bought from the store of gods. Demigod divine pill, formed from the will of a god. In reality, it is the condensation of a god's understanding of the grand Tao. The giant ghost also looked at the divine pill. It seemed to have heard of the demigod divine pill before. In reality, this pill was formed from the will of a god. However, to form this pill, it required 30% of a god's strength. Therefore, this pill was extremely rare. After all, no god was willing to give up 30% of their strength. Generally speaking, unless it was for their descendants, they would be willing to use this strength. Therefore, the giant ghost guessed that this was a pill prepared by the gods for their descendants. However, due to the sudden arrival of the calamity and the fall of many gods, this pill was not able to display its effects. In the end, it was passed down for countless generations and fell into Lin Ling's hands. The power of this pill increased the chances of ascending to godhood by 80%. Moreover, from the day of swallowing the pill, the martial artist would need to continuously devour heavenly treasures and accumulate them to increase their chances of ascending to godhood. The more they accumulated, the higher their chances of ascending to godhood. In the end, it would reach 80%. With one batch of pills, even the tribulation of gods would not descend. Without the tribulation of gods, and with an 80% chance of breaking through, this pill could be said to be a 100% chance of entering the martial god realm. Chapter 39:22. The 10th day. This caused an endless amount of spiritual energy to surge into the vortex and gradually accumulate. The moment it was unsealed, this spiritual energy would become the main force to become a martial god. Upon realizing this, Lin Ling did not stop and frantically refine the Emperor Crystal. Other than the 100 million royal crystals he had left for himself, Lin Ling had used up all of his royal crystals. He had 6 dantians, so it was 60 times more difficult for him to become a martial god than an ordinary person. One of the reasons was that Lin Ling's talent was too high. When all of the Emperor crystals were used up, Lin Ling threw a large number of treasures into the vortex. Currently, he was strong enough to fight a martial god. However, if he broke through to the martial god realm, what would his combat strength be like? Lin Ling simply did not dare to imagine. Now, I'll start to break through to the martial god realm. Once I leave the ancient dragon desolate land, I'll completely undo the pill. Lin Ling licked his lips. Next, he checked all the treasures. Murder clothes, 2 Dragon Balls. Wraith Law. Lin Ling laughed excitedly. These treasures were prepared for his 4 great innate gifts. The ominous robe was the ominous robe of the gods. According to legend, it was worn by the butcher who was in charge of punishing. After tens of thousands of years, it had already accumulated an endless amount of ominous energy. As for the Dragon Balls, they were prepared for the dragon god's innate talent. As for the malevolent spirit laws, they were naturally for the malevolent spirit jellyfish's use. If I refine all of them, all of my talents will increase by 1 grade. In addition to the flame of the human king, my strength will undoubtedly increase crazily in the ancient dragon wasteland. Lin Ling hurriedly refined those treasures one by one. Unfortunately, God's store didn't have many of the treasures he needed. Otherwise, his power would have increased even more. Of course, this was enough. This was because the current Lin Ling was completely different from when he first arrived. Boom, boom. One treasure after another was refined. First of all, the realm-swallowing beast talent was enhanced. It reached the 6th grade, and the skin of chaos was born. This caused Lin Ling's defense to increase by another 10%. Boom, boom. Next, the talents of the 2 dragon gods increased. The Grand Netherwind Dragon reached the 3rd grade, and the Heavenly Dragonbone reached the 5th grade. Boom, boom. The Devil Ghost Jellyfish had also stepped into the ranks of the 5th stage. His 4 great talents were enhanced at the same time, allowing Lin Ling's strength to increase by 20,000 boundary force. His speed also increased by 2,000 boundary force. His strength soared. If it wasn't for the fact that the Human King's flame was of a different attribute and was used to increase the power of one's world essence and had nothing to do with one's physical strength, Lin Ling's strength would have risen to an even more terrifying level. After the fusion of talents, my current strength is 30,000 worlds force. TSK. My speed is also 3,000 world speed. Lin Ling felt power surging through his entire body. His strength was boundless. With a light flick of his finger, it was as if the myriad of worlds would collapse. I'm a triple cultivator of essence, chi, and spirit. Currently, my cultivation is about to reach the martial god realm. My physical strength has also reached a whole new level. As for my soul force, it's constantly improving. Once I reach the martial god realm, I'll be able to completely open my 7th dantian. Lin Ling opened his eyes, full of anticipation. Then, Lin Ling looked at the time and found that 9 days had passed unknowingly. This also surprised Lin Ling. His breakthrough this time was incomparably fast. One should know that it was impossible for others to raise their strength by such a huge amount without at least half a year or even a year. Moreover, this was considered fast. The breakthrough in strength also depends on the timing. This time, your treasures and foundation have all met the requirements, so your breakthrough is fast. The giant ghost seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and explained. However, it also revealed a rare look of anticipation. Let's see what the god's inheritance treasure is like. The god's inheritance treasure was the essence of a god's life. Perhaps everyone would be curious about what was inside it. At the mention of this, Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately took out the god's inheritance treasure. However, the god's inheritance treasure was extremely strange. It wasn't a treasure, nor was it a treasury. Instead, it was a series of divine runes. Fortunately, these divine runes weren't complicated. Moreover, according to the old man in the god's shop, as long as the divine runes were drawn with world essence, it was equivalent to opening the treasury. Therefore, Lin Ling guessed that the treasury was actually hidden in the void. The divine runes were the key to opening the void. Immediately, Lin Ling recalled the divine runes in his heart and drew them in the sky. Rumble. The sky in front of him suddenly rumbled, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. At this moment, Lin Ling and the giant ghost were filled with anticipation. They wondered what the treasury contained. Rumble. However, very quickly, a dull sound was heard. The crack in the void closed again, causing Lin Ling to stare. It seems like your strength isn't enough. The giant ghost suddenly guessed something and said unhappily. Then it guessed, I estimate that you need to be at least at the martial god realm. This damn thing. Hearing this, Lin Ling was extremely unhappy. He almost wanted to ask the martial god realm seniors of the Godslayer Alliance for help. However, after thinking about it, he gave up in the end. After all, it was better to open the god's inheritance treasure himself. Forget it. There's only 1 day left. Let's prepare to go to the Immortal Temple. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Then, he left the Death Sea with the giant ghost. Far away from the Death Sea, the raging golden fire was still burning. No one dared to approach it. Instead, a figure slowly walked out from the golden flames. Beside him was an evil spirit the size of a fist. It was an extremely shocking combination. "Senior sister, I've traveled all over the Kaiyuan River and finally found you." The young man had delicate features. He was wearing a long blue and white robe. His eyes were filled with excitement. And Yuer had gone missing in the 9 prefectures, 7 great forbidden lands in Qingzhou. Lin Ling had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to search for her. However, he finally found out that Yuer had been taken away by the Immortal Temple. At that time, Lin Ling was just an ordinary warrior in Qingzhou. Compared to the 9 prefectures' 10 perils, he was like a dim moth. However, moths were sometimes so stupid. They knew that they would die if they jumped into the fire, but they still did not shirk their duty. However, there were exceptions to everything. It was not impossible for a moth to be reborn and turn into a phoenix. After so many years, Lin Ling had finally turned into a phoenix. For this day, he had worked hard for a long time. Finally, he could personally bring home the girl he had known since he was young. You and the others have been waiting for you for a long time." The young man gradually disappeared, walking further and further away. Although the 10th day had yet to arrive, the west side of the ancient dragon wasteland was already bustling with noise. Currently, there were not many treasures left in the divine store. Moreover, there were very few golden fleece flowers left around the wasteland. Therefore, most people did not go out. If it was not for the fact that they wanted to know which hero would be able to marry the Immortal Temple Saintess and obtain her favor, they would have left long ago. The 10th day, has finally arrived. At the west side of the ancient dragon wasteland, there were many people moving forward. Chapter 39:23. Slaughtering Chariots. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that God's store was booked, the Overlord Alliance would still be fighting. That's right, but the battle is over. Let's end it with the marriage of the Immortal Temple's Saintess. Speaking of a Saintess, I've seen her before. She's so beautiful, and she has a divine fetus. Whoever dual cultivates with her might become a divine fetus. TSK, becoming an expert in one step. Look, those young masters and princes are all here. How coquettish. How could those lazy young masters who don't want to cultivate miss out on this opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound? Just a bunch of toads. The passers-by were discussing with disdain towards those young masters who wanted to reach the heavens in one step. Indeed, toads want to eat swan meat. Behind the crowd, a blue-robed young man walked forward with a bodyguard. After hearing the words of the passers-by, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was surprised by Yuer's popularity, but Lin Ling wasn't worried, because he knew that Yuer belonged to him. Lin Ling. Following the main road, Lin Ling discovered that there was an ancient city in front of him. Although it looked simple, it was extremely prosperous. Moreover, through the conversations of passers-by, they found out that this was built by the 7th Emperor Alliance, because the leader of this alliance believed that since they were actually marrying Immortal Temple's Holy Lady, then they had to be a bit more dignified. They naturally couldn't be careless about this matter in the wilderness. Although everyone knew that the 7th Emperor Alliance was purposely showing off, having a city was better than nothing. What a grand display! Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. The 7th Emperor Alliance wanted to build an ancient city to show their sincerity. Go! As for the main road leading to the ancient city, a large number of luxurious chariots galloped past. Some were pulled by fire cheilants, while others were pulled by magnificent puppets. As for the chariots, they were also magnificent. Clearly, the people sitting inside were extremely noble, as if they were above the masses. Lin Ling watched the chariots pass by with a disdainful smile. These famous young masters were like nouveau riches. Did they think that they could marry Yuer just because they had a luxurious chariot? One had to know that Lin Ling could easily get tens of thousands of chariots like the ones from before. In terms of extravagance, Lin Ling would say that he was number 1. No one would dare to say they were number 2. However, Lin Ling's extravagance is present. You, get out of my way. Go! At this moment, a platinum chariot rushed over from behind. The one pulling the chariot was actually a dragon, a real dragon. However, this dragon's was. Its aura, it was an evil dragon. Perhaps because it had been enslaved for too long, its eyes were filled with hostility. TSK, using an evil dragon comparable to a martial god to pull his chariot. This person is quite heroic. Wow! The passers-by were startled and quickly made way. They knew that this person's background was not small. Roar! The evil dragon galloped forward, stirring up endless clouds and winds. Hey, why are you still here? Do you want to die? However, someone noticed that there were two people in front of the road who didn't give way. One was a burly man in a cloak, and the other was a young man in a blue robe. Not only did the young man in blue not give way, he even stopped and frowned at the incoming dragon. Since he was in the middle of the road, one could easily imagine his fate, using a dragon to pull a chariot. The person in the middle of the road was Lin Ling. He didn't dislike the owner of the chariot, but he could sense the unyielding spirit of the evil dragon. This evil dragon had clearly been enslaved for a long time. However, a dragon roamed the 9 heavens. A true dragon wanted to roam the 9 heavens and not be enslaved. Lin Ling had the talent of the dragon god. Seeing the dragon being enslaved, he immediately felt uncomfortable. You're courting death, get lost. At this moment, an angry shout came from the chariot. An old man pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. I am young Master Windchaser. I have a name list, and I want to marry the Immortal Temple Saintess. A mere toad dares to block my way? After the old man's voice, another shout came. As if he was afraid that others didn't know who he was, his voice was extremely loud. A name list? Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. There are many people who want to marry the Immortal Temple Saintess. Therefore, only those with a name list have the qualifications to go to the Immortal Temple. Those with a name list all have great backgrounds. An old man frowned and said, compared to this, is that kid stupid? He's still in a daze. However, someone else spoke. This was because the blue-robed youth still didn't leave. He stood there foolishly. At this moment, many people couldn't bear to watch any longer. They thought that the blue-robed youth would be trampled into meat paste. However, at this moment, the rampaging dragon suddenly roared and stopped abruptly. It was less than 5 meters away from the youth. The strong wind blew the blue-robed youth's long hair. However, the blue-robed youth remained unmoved like a mountain. At this moment, Lin Ling also looked at the evil dragon in front of him indifferently. The evil dragon was also staring at Lin Ling, but its eyes, which were full of hostility, quietly changed into a look of reverence. I'll return you your freedom. Lin Ling also understood the meaning in the depths of the evil dragon's eyes. Then his sword flashed. Clang! The chains that bound the evil dragon were actually cut off by a single slash. One had to know that this was a chain that could bind the martial god. Everyone was shocked. Then they saw the youth say indifferently, "You leave." Roar. The dragon seemed to be very obedient to the youth. It soared into the sky like a flying dragon and immediately flew into the distance. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. The entire road immediately fell silent. Many people stared at Lin Ling and frowned. This was because not only did Lin Ling make the dragon stop, he even seemed to be able to command the dragon. This was somewhat inconceivable. Do you have a death wish? How dare you let go of my mount? I'll make you my mount. At this moment, a loud curse came from the luxurious war chariot. Clang! However, as soon as the words were spoken, a sword slashed. Rumble! The magnificent war chariot was instantly cut into 2 halves by the sword. Then, several figures in a sorry state rolled out of the war chariot. It was an extremely comical sight, cutting a chariot in half. That blue-robed youth was too arrogant. Everyone's eyes narrowed. This was because they knew that those who had a name list would definitely have an extraordinary background. Now, cutting their chariot in half was a provocation. Sir, are you all right? Sir, do you have a death wish? Soon, the old man from the battlefield helped the youth up. He then looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. Coupled with a long sword in his hand, he looked like a lonely swordsman. Chapter 39:24. The Unrestrained Sword Alliance. Sir, we are people with a name list. May I ask which overlord you belong to and who is backing you? The old man said after calming the young man down. Master Tai, teach him a lesson. Oh my God, my war chariot was given to me by my brother. However, the young man was not as calm as the old man. He pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. I am alone. I don't have any overlord backing me. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the name list in the young man's hand. Speaking of which, he did not seem to have a name list with him. Of course, if I had one, I would have a lot of underlings. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. So arrogant, even though you don't have anyone backing you? Kid, you seem to have done something you shouldn't have. After hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man's face turned cold. The worry in his heart disappeared completely. His white hair suddenly stood up, his fangs grew out, and his face turned green. Green-faced Ghost Tai Cheng. Someone immediately recognized that old monster. That was a martial god expert. Bang! The old man did not say anything and immediately pounced on Lin Ling. His speed was extremely fast. From afar, he looked like an evil ghost pouncing on him. The underworld's evil ghost talent. Looking at the old man pouncing on him, Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He did not expect to meet someone with the same talent as him. Boom! Lin Ling did not hold back. Countless evil ghosts flew out from his chest like jellyfish lanterns. Once this talent appeared, the evil ghost talent of the green-faced ghost was no longer affected by Lin Ling. The green-faced ghost was also shocked. An evil ghost's innate talent? He thought that his talent was very rare. Who knew that this mysterious swordsman also had it? The ghost talent has always been known for its craftiness. You underestimate me. The green-faced ghost sneered and continued to pounce on Lin Ling. However, it suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Lin Ling. A giant green-faced demon head bit at Lin Ling with a ferocious aura and glinting fangs. The terrifying attack could easily devour 80% of the half-martial gods. You're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. Unfortunately, with Lin Ling's strength, he naturally noticed this change. He didn't even look behind him and continued to walk forward with large strides. Almost at the same time, the golden-white evil spirit, who had been standing behind Lin Ling, reached out with its hand. Rumble. With this grab, green lightning erupted from the green-faced ghost. However, the golden-white ghost wasn't afraid at all. Upon closer inspection, it was actually wearing a pair of gloves. Nether Thunder gloves? TSK, TSK. This is a divine weapon-type treasure. Someone recognized the gloves and said enviously. As for the golden-white evil ghost's arm, it easily grabbed the old man's head, causing him to be unable to move at all. On the other hand, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the young man and was looking down at him. The young man had been extremely arrogant. However, after witnessing Master Tai being defeated with his own eyes, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Give it to me, Lin Ling said calmly. Give what? The young man was anxious. However, when he saw Lin Ling looking at the list in his hand, he immediately handed it over. After Lin Ling received it, he slowly put it away. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he looked into the distance. This was because a large number of experts were approaching from afar. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 10,000 of them. Of course, apart from Lin Ling, the others also noticed this change. That looks like the Natural Sword Alliance. Someone exclaimed in shock. My lord, I'm here. As for the young man who was too scared to move, he also noticed the reinforcements in the distance. He immediately acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Then, he glared at Lin Ling fiercely and said, You're dead? Today, the Natural Sword Alliance is here. Even a martial god is here. You destroyed my chariot. You're dead. At the end of his sentence, he was undoubtedly agitated. This was because he didn't expect to meet the Natural Sword Alliance. More importantly, he was a member of the Natural Sword Alliance. Sir, what do you mean by this? You let go of our mounts and destroyed our chariot. Are you provoking the natural sword alliance? At this moment, a figure flew over. He held a green bamboo sword in his hand and was as graceful as an immortal. Soon, he landed on the ground. Brother, the young man from before even shouted at that person. The person nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Which overlord do you belong to? Obviously, he had also guessed that this person was so arrogant. He was afraid that he had some background. Moreover, this person was still calm when he saw the natural sword alliance. Therefore, unless this person was a fool, he had absolute confidence in himself. That's right. I'm the one who let go of your mounts and destroyed your chariot. All right, I also stole your name list. What do you think? Lin Ling looked at him calmly and nodded. Yes, sir. He admitted it directly. However, in the eyes of the people of the Natural Sword Alliance, this nod was undoubtedly ignoring them. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling was the #1 leader of the Godslayer Alliance. Therefore, he didn't need to lower his head when facing the Natural Sword Alliance. Moreover, the Natural Sword Alliance was in the wrong first. They drove the chariot recklessly. If Lin Ling wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed. Therefore, Lin Ling destroyed the chariot. This was already giving them face. If it had been someone else from the Godslayer Alliance, they might have even killed him. Good. So, you insist on going against the Natural Sword Alliance? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. That person was so angry that he laughed. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He even thought that Lin Ling was joking. However, Lin Ling's serious face told him that this wasn't a joke. My lord has given the order. Stop. However, just as that person was about to explode, a dignified voice suddenly sounded. Then, the crowd was separated. A middle-aged man in ordinary clothes walked out slowly with a long sword hanging at his waist. His temperament was simple and unsophisticated. His every move gave people the feeling that he was like a green mountain and clear water. That's the natural sword martial god. However, when people stared at the middle-aged man, their expressions changed drastically. The 9 provinces' 10 martial gods. They didn't expect that the matter of the Immortal Temple Saintus would attract the 10 martial gods. The natural sword martial god stopped walking quickly. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Similarly, Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. In an instant, an indescribable aura filled the air, as if the sword auras of 2 peerless swordsmen were colliding. This invisible pressure made the experts at the peak of the martial ancestor realm feel like they were suffocating. Even the experts at the half-step martial god realm found it difficult to breathe. The people of the Natural Sword Alliance were laughing coldly at this moment. Chapter 39:25. A clash between 2 swordsmen. The prestige of the 10 great martial gods was unquestionable. In fact, based on Lin Ling's previous actions, not to mention the unrestrained Sword Alliance, even the passers-by felt that Lin Ling was doomed. You stole my name list. Finally, the unrestrained sword martial god spoke. His voice was calm, as if he was talking to a friend. However, he did recognize Lin Ling because he had witnessed how powerful Lin Ling was during the battle at the mine not long ago. In the end, he had even seen Lin Ling being taken away by the heavenly voice of God. He still remembered that he had angered a Yuan venerate martial god to death. However, he didn't expect to meet Lin Ling here. Moreover, Lin Ling actually snatched his subordinate's name list right in front of him. He had no choice but to show up. They wanted to hit me, so I wanted to teach them a lesson and collect some interest. That's why I took his name. Lin Ling nodded calmly. He knew that the unrestrained sword martial god was not angry on the surface, but in reality, a terrifying aura was surging toward him. Because the tyrannical song sword in his hand was slightly vibrating, he was provoked by the unrestrained sword martial god's sword. However, it was also because of this that tyrannical singing sword's arrogance was ignited. Even if a swordsman's strength was weaker than others, he would never be afraid of an enemy. The easygoing sword martial deity, suddenly smiled and said, "Fine, since we are acquaintances, apologize, and I will let bygones be bygones. He could clearly sense that the current Lin Ling was more than twice as strong as before. Furthermore, this was only his superficial probing. He couldn't see through the depths. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed greatly. Let bygones be bygones. The unfettered sword martial god was too easy to talk to. Do you think it's possible? However, Lin Ling shook his head. Courting death. When they heard these words, not only were the people of the Free Sword Alliance cursing inwardly, even the bystanders were cursing loudly. After stealing someone else's name list, they actually dared to use such a tone to speak. Wasn't this just courting death? The unfettered sword martial god instantly frowned. He had not expected that Lin Ling would not give him any face. Have you ever seen a swordsman let go of his things after being robbed? Unrestrained, sword martial god's voice became gloomy. A gentle wind started blowing in the surroundings, but when it landed on the ground, sword scars immediately appeared. That terrifying aura made everyone take a step back immediately, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Have you ever seen a swordsman surrender and admit his mistake after being provoked? But Lin Ling was tit for tat. Clang! As soon as these words fell, the sword world finally erupted. The sword at the waist of the unfettered sword martial god was quietly unsheathed, and when it was only halfway out, the sharp sword light caused everyone to close their eyes. Because the sword world's sharpness was too strong. In the eyes of many, this was a matchless showdown between swordsmen. Of course, it was still the blue-robed young man that caused everyone to be surprised. Never had they imagined that such a weak fellow would actually be so arrogant and not retreat in the slightest. And he even dared to compete with the sword martial god. Clang! And that was indeed the case. Behind Lin Ling, the true inheritance nether swords were unsheathed. They were also halfway out. A great battle between swordsmen was about to break out. The eyes of the unfettered sword martial god flickered. Not only was he not angry, but an imperceptible light of admiration flickered in his eyes. In fact, during the battle in Fengdu City, he had already greatly admired Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had the temperament of a true swordsman. This kind of swordsman was like a sword. Then the unfettered sword martial god thought about the matter of the heavenly sound of God, and then he thought about the mysterious aura on Lin Ling's body. Finally, he slowly withdrew his sword. Forget it. Seeing that you are still young, I will not argue with you. After the sword was withdrawn, the suffocating sword world from before instantly disappeared. Seeing that you are old, I will spare you this time. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and withdrew his true inheritance nether swords. Although he was currently no match for the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, in terms of trump cards, he was not afraid of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Therefore, he was not afraid of the unfettered sword martial god. Huh! Hearing Lin Ling's words, the unfettered sword martial god could not help but laugh out loud. I have learned of your sharp tongue once again. Are you going to the Divine Temple? If you're going the same way, let's go together. As you wish. Lin Ling nodded his head. Then, the unfettered sword martial god walked forward with a smile and walked side by side with Lin Ling towards the ancient city. When the people saw the two figures, they were all stunned. What is going on? Especially the young man whose name was snatched away by Lin Ling. He almost rubbed his eyes out. What did he just see? He saw that guy snatching the name of the Unfettered Sword Alliance and directly provoking the martial god. In the end, he was safe and sound. This must be fake. Previously, the martial god had already fought with that young man. However, we do not understand this kind of move. Only a true swordsman would understand. That young man in the blue robe is not simple. However, in the Unfettered Sword Alliance, an old man said solemnly, a battle between swordsmen was different from an ordinary martial artist. Sometimes they would only use one sword, and sometimes they would not even use their sword. Only they knew who would win and who would lose. However, that young man is quite calm. Look, he is walking together with the martial god and can actually talk cheerfully. Just based on this point alone, we can't do it. Another old man spoke up. This caused many people in the Unfettered Sword Alliance to look forward. On the main road, Lin Ling and the Unfettered Sword Martial God were almost putting their arms around each other's shoulders. At this moment, many young swordsmen in the Unfettered Sword Alliance were jealous because it was a great honor to be able to walk together with the Unfettered Sword Martial God. Hee, didn't you leave with the heavenly voice of God? Why did you come to the ancient dragon wasteland? In front of the main road, the Unfettered Sword Martial God followed Lin Ling forward. The more they talked, the more he put down his arrogance. It was as if the young man in the blue robe beside him was not a junior, but a peer. Most importantly, he realized that Lin Ling's calmness was not an act, but a pride that came from the depths of his bones. If he did not know him, he would have thought that Lin Ling was the leader of an overlord. I've been here for a long time, but I've been collecting golden fleece flower. Lin Ling curled his lips. However, I bought some treasure some time ago, so I'm finally free. Oh, you bought treasures? Not simple. I also went to buy treasures some time ago. However, all the treasures have been bought by that bastard Duan Wuhan, causing me to return empty-handed. If that guy has the chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Speaking of God's shop, the Unfettered Sword Martial God immediately cursed. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Ling's eyes twitched. Duan Wuhan? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. Senior Unfettered Sword, may I know what treasures you're looking for? Star Sacred Stone. I've been using this sword for many years. The last time I clashed with the Yuan Venerate Martial God, a crack was created. Therefore, I wanted to reforge it. Unfortunately, the Star Sacred Stone tablet was snatched away by that bastard Duan Wuhan. Chapter 39:26. A Wedding Banquet. Here, take it. However, before the long sigh ended, Lin Ling had already thrown out a multicolored divine stone, making the unrestrained sword martial god subconsciously catch it. Then, when he took a look, his old eyes almost popped out, because if it wasn't a star divine stone, then what was it? He remembered that there was only one such treasure in the god's store, and it was snatched away by that bastard Duan Wuhan. Don't ask me why, just take it. Seeing the surprised look on the Unfettered Sword Martial God's face, Lin Ling chuckled and strode forward. This guy, the unrestrained Sword Martial God, was stunned on the spot. Then he smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, he should be the elder. Why was it that in front of that brat, he was more like a junior? Even the treasures were given to him as a reward. After entering the ancient city, Lin Ling discovered that the entire city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The sound of firecrackers was endless, and the streets were packed with people. I heard that the Immortal Temple's wedding banquet is about to begin. That's right, that's right. I wonder what kind of treasures will appear in this wedding ceremony. The treasures will definitely be extraordinary. After all, the betrothal gift will be the one to marry the Holy Maiden. Even if we can't obtain it, we can at least take a look at the treasures. Moreover, we can also take a look at the legendary Holy Maiden with a divine fetus. It's a feast for our eyes. Voices rang out all around, as if they were demonic voices that wanted to flip the sky. As the saying goes, there's no need to worry about things getting out of hand. Now, Lin Ling had a deep understanding of the situation. Next, he walked towards the center of the city, because he'd also found out that the so-called wedding ceremony would be held at the center of the city. Lin Ling, wait for me. The Mahasvara sword martial deity also caught up from behind. He had taken Lin Ling's treasure, so he naturally felt that he was in the wrong. Therefore, he also accompanied them. Of course, he was also curious about the saintess who had a divine fetus. After all, he also had a divine embryo. However, the saintess' divine embryo was different. It wasn't something she grew up with, but rather something left behind by God. Soon after, everyone arrived at the center of the city. When they looked around, they saw that there were even more people here. The word happiness was hung everywhere. There was a huge empty space in the center, and there were many chairs on it. There were already many people sitting there, waiting for something. However, that place was not a place where ordinary people could approach. Only those with a directory could enter. Even if it was the unrestrained sword martial god, he couldn't get close to him without a name list. unless he dared to take the risk of provoking several alliances at the same time and openly provoke him. Of course, it wasn't difficult for him to obtain the name list with his strength. However, he couldn't bring himself to marry a young girl. Therefore, at present, those who could sit in the center were undoubtedly very young, and most of them were extremely handsome. They brought their followers and sat proudly on the seats. Thank you for the name list. I'll head over now. At this moment, Lin Ling said to the unrestrained sword martial god with a smile on his face. Then he strode forward. The unrestrained sword martial god smiled wryly. He knew that the reason why Lin Ling could give him a star divine stone was because Lin Ling had the name list. However, how could a mere name list be compared to a star divine stone? He shook his head and found a place to sit at the periphery. Those were the exclusive seats of the Unrestrained Sword Alliance. At this moment, over 10,000 people were seated. Master, that kid. As soon as he sat down, an old man beside the unrestrained sword martial god asked with a smile. Obviously, he was curious about what had happened before. It is not simple. The unfettered sword martial god became dignified again and said indifferently. Then, he closed his eyes and waited for the wedding to begin. His simple words immediately caused the hearts of the people of the Unrestrained Sword Alliance to rumble. This was because there were very few people who could be evaluated by the martial god in such a way. Young Master Wu, look. Just as Lin Ling walked to the center, on one of the seats, an expert suddenly shouted in shock and pointed to the front. At present, there were fewer and fewer young people walking to the center, so Lin Ling was undoubtedly very conspicuous at this moment. Most importantly, he only brought one person. Compared to the other elites, he obviously had fewer attendants and guards. It's Lin Ling, being pointed by the expert. On the seat, a young man with an extraordinary temperament narrowed his eyes. He was Duan Wuheng. Why is he here too? Duan Wuheng was extremely surprised, because in his opinion, the ancient dragon wasteland was so chaotic some time ago. Lin Ling might have died there. But now, Lin Ling had appeared again, and he had come to the wedding ceremony as well. This made him immediately feel uncomfortable. Young master, don't worry. This wedding is a competition. Those who enter here are all love rivals. Therefore, someone will stop him. The expert next to him suddenly said gloomily. His eyes were also turning nonstop. That's right. Hee. It seems that I'm too nervous. These words made Duan Wuheng stunned, and then he laughed proudly. He remembered that this was the wedding. It was a competition of talent, strength, identity, and the most important thing was the betrothal gift. Lin Ling, how could he compare to him? In fact, Lin Ling couldn't even compare to the others. His coming here was just a joke. Moreover, there was no need for him to lose his footing for an ant. Get lost. Sure enough, when Lin Ling just walked into the center, a cold voice immediately came. At the center of the crowd, many young men were looking at Lin Ling with ill intentions. They did not know Lin Ling. However, if Lin Ling entered this place, then he would be their love rival. It was normal that they did not know Lin Ling. Lin Ling was famous in the 36 colleges, but they were in the strongest circle of the Shun San Hall. Moreover, the people behind them were not weak. Compared to the Lin Ling of the past, they were people from two different worlds. Then, a young man appeared in front of Lin Ling, with 3 guards behind him. Trash, get lost. Do you think a toad like you can eat swan meat? The young man had his hands behind his back, and his domineering aura was unparalleled. Moreover, he felt countless eyes on him, and he proudly puffed out his chest. He did not know if the saint was paying attention to this place, but he could not miss any opportunity. If there was, then the saint would be able to see his glory. Get lost. Lin Ling frowned and looked at the other party. He did not understand why the other party wanted to drive him away. Do you know where this place is? Don't you want to look at yourself in the mirror? Do you know who the saint is? Do you think you are good enough for her? The young man said again. His voice carried the dignity of a superior as he reprimanded Lin Ling. I'm from the 7th Alliance. I'm the crown prince of the great Jin dynasty. My name is Emperor Fenghua. I don't have time to know your name. I just want you to know that you should know your place. Don't think that you're on the same level as us. This wedding ceremony is not for those who have great talent, great strength, great status, and great betrothal gifts. People like you are insulting the saint and the wedding ceremony. Chapter 39:27. Tianhao. Emperor Fenghua still had his hands behind his back as he looked at Lin Ling arrogantly. He knew that his words should have let this piece of trash know where this place was. Telling this trash to scram was already giving him enough face. Many of the elites present sneered when they saw His Majesty Feng Hua chasing him away. Because even if His Majesty Feng Hua didn't step on that person, they would. Love rivals were one of the reasons. Another reason was that most of them were from the same alliance. They were either from the Sky Alliance or the Seventh Emperor Alliance. However, they had never seen the blue-robed young man before. I have a name list. Are you chasing me away? However, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the crowd's mockery and spoke indifferently. Huh? Emperor Fenghua laughed and looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. He was mocking Lin Ling for being so thick-skinned. The name list is only one of the reasons. It doesn't mean that one has the right to compete for the position of saintess. Only the true Tianhao has the right. Emperor Fenghua said with disdain. Tianhao, I don't think you understand either. Let me explain it to you. He is a god's favored son who is above all the outstanding geniuses. Do you understand? So you're a Tianhao. Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Hearing this, Emperor Fenghua shook his head. He could not be bothered to say anything more. Everyone present knew whether he was a Tianhao or not. Since he was able to appear here, he had already received the recognition of others. If he wasn't a Tianhao, then what was he? However, just as he was shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly took a step forward and threw a light punch. The speed of this punch was very slow, immediately causing Fenghua Emperor's guards to shout angrily. They wanted to attack, but Fenghua Emperor stopped them. You're courting death. His Majesty Fenghua also threw out a palm strike. He was an outstanding half-step martial god. He was not afraid of Lin Ling at all. Boom! The two attacks collided, but in the next moment, a huge force came, causing Emperor Fenghua to fly backwards. Crackle! Some of the chairs in the distance were also sent flying by him. Duan Wuhen frowned because he knew that Emperor Fenghua wasn't weak. He was one of the top 300 cultivators on the celestial stairway. Lin Ling is definitely going all out. Duan Wuhen said indifferently. It was not easy for him to send Emperor Fenghua flying. He had to use his full strength. Therefore, he guessed that Lin Ling must have used his full strength. But this still made him feel very uncomfortable because the gap between him and Lin Ling still hadn't closed. Cough, cough. At this moment, Emperor Fenghua crawled to his feet, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Lin Ling furiously. This is the so-called Tianhao? Lin Ling clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him calmly. His words also made Emperor Fenghua grit his teeth. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he couldn't say a word. You keep calling me trash and looking down on me, but what about you now? You can't even take a punch from me. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you think you're cheap? In my opinion, other than your powerful mouth, you're useless in all other aspects. Lin Ling said again. His tone was still calm, but it was as sharp as a sword. You, Emperor Fenghua wanted to stand up, but he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Lin Ling's punch just now seemed simple. In fact, he had activated his physical strength. It had the strength of 30,000 worlds. Shut up. The more you talk, the more you'll be like a mad dog. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. He walked forward and said indifferently, In fact, I don't know what a Tianhao is. But please, let someone decent come. For someone like Emperor Fenghua, it's a disgrace. Moreover, Lin Ling glanced at the Tianhao before continuing, Moreover, it's a disgrace to my status. A disgrace to his status? Hearing this, many people's hearts skipped a beat. There was anger in their eyes, especially Emperor Fenghua. At this moment, he was full of shame. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. Previously, he said that those who came here were all people with great talent, great strength, great background, and great betrothal gifts. But where did he get such great strength from? He couldn't even take a hit from someone else. This made his previous words feel like a slap to his own face. And it was a resounding slap to his face. Stop. However, at this moment, Emperor Feng Hua's guard attacked Lin Ling. Emperor Feng Hua's dignity was not to be humiliated. Bang! But at this moment, the platinum evil spirit appeared behind Lin Ling. He slowly lifted his cloak, revealing a creepy smile. Oh no! As soon as the smile appeared, an aura from the underworld filled the air. The guard's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Obviously, he was also shocked. However, the platinum evil spirit quickly put his hat back on and followed Lin Ling again. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had already found a seat and sat down. He picked up the wine on the table and drank. The whole process was casual, ignoring the strange looks from the crowd. This also made Emperor Feng Hua's guard blush. He wanted to stand up for Emperor Feng Hua, but he was frightened by someone else's guard. Obviously, he was also embarrassed. Who is this person? Many people narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling vaguely. They were very curious about Lin Ling. After the short confrontation, many people recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. However, even more people were curious about Lin Ling's background. Unfortunately, other than the people from the Duan family and the New Heavenly Court, most people didn't know about Lin Ling's background. What an arrogant junior! Among the Qianhao people, a soft voice drifted out, mixed with disdain. Hee, let him be proud for a while. A clown like him won't be able to shine. Shameless person. Soon, the Qianhao people didn't care about Lin Ling anymore. In their opinion, Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to enter the eyes of the immortal temple saintess. As for Emperor Feng Hua, he immediately snorted, climbed up, and sat back down in shame. However, he also spoke a few words to the chair next to him. There was a young man with jade-like skin sitting there. His eyes were slightly closed as he quietly drank wine as if he didn't care about the matters of the world. He wore a purple dragon robe. This was the purple dragon true robe. Ordinary people were not qualified to wear it. Only those with the royal aura of emperors were qualified to wear it. This meant that this person was the emperor of all the emperors, and he was also the leader of the 7th Imperial Alliance. He was called the 7th Prince. As for Emperor Feng Hua, he was also a member of the 7th Imperial Alliance. Oh, hearing Emperor Feng Hua's voice, the 7th Prince slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were very calm, but those who met his eyes felt great waves in their hearts. It was as if they were looking at an imperial edict. However, the 7th Prince quickly retracted his gaze and looked at another Tianhao. He smiled faintly and said, Duan Wuhan, everything about this wedding is good except for the seats. Chapter 39:28. Immortal Temple's great elder had arrived. The seat is too hard, not as good as the dragon throne. Just like the temperament of some people, the bones are too hard, making one feel uncomfortable. The 7th Prince swirled the wine glass in his hand and smiled faintly. Everyone was stunned. Some people's temperaments? His bones were too hard? Many people immediately looked at Lin Ling quietly. The 7th Prince seemed to be talking about Lin Ling. Moreover, he used Lin Ling as a seat and sat under his buttocks. However, this seat was a little hard. Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. Duan Wuhan instantly understood what the 7th Prince meant and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone gradually covered their mouths and laughed. They looked at Lin Ling mockingly. This 7th Prince really kills without spilling blood. With just one sentence, he trampled Lin Ling down. Hearing the laughter, the members of the Unrestrained Sword Alliance frowned. To be able to become an emperor, one must have both strategy and martial strength. The 7th Prince was one of them. Interesting. As for Duan Wuhan, he was extremely excited at the moment. Being able to use the 7th Prince's mouth to humiliate Lin Ling had undoubtedly allowed him to vent his anger. An outsider like Lin Ling had never competed with him before, and no one knew him, so he had become a thorn in their side. However, just when he thought that Lin Ling was going to swallow his anger, a heroic laughter suddenly floated out. Everything about this wedding banquet is good, but the carpet is too thick. As soon as he spoke, The entire place fell silent. This was because they realized that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. Also, Lin Ling said that the carpet was too thick. One had to know that the carpet here was made from the bark of a wild tree. Although it was a little thick, it was still extremely luxurious and expensive. For a moment, many people were puzzled. They didn't know what Lin Ling meant. The carpet here is as shameless as someone's face. But soon, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. The seventh prince was originally drinking, but he suddenly stopped, and anger quietly flashed in the depths of his eyes. That was because he understood what Lin Ling meant. He was mocking him. The carpet is too thick, and then someone's skin is too thick? Could he be talking about? No. Could it be that he's talking about the seventh prince? The others reacted slower than the seventh prince, but at this moment, they all reacted. Previously, when the seventh prince said that the seat was too hard, he was actually mocking Lin Ling for being too arrogant. He was sitting on his butt, yet he was still so hard. However, Lin Ling returned the favor. He mocked the seventh prince as a carpet under his feet, and even said that the latter was thick-skinned. Moreover, it was a seat for sitting. However, one was a carpet for stepping on. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's description was even more accurate. It was as if he was saying that the seventh prince was being trampled under his feet. How could he still be so thick-skinned? Interesting. Suddenly, an old monster laughed out loud, admiring Lin Ling's wisdom. He was still able to counterattack calmly under such circumstances. It was impossible for him to do so without witnessing a huge scene. The old monsters on the outer ring initially thought that Lin Ling was just a passerby, but their opinion toward Lin Ling had changed. The unrestrained sword martial god could not help but burst out laughing. Not only was the kid's bones tough, his sword sharp, even his mouth was on par with his. It was obvious that it was inappropriate to resort to violence in a place like the bridal welcoming ceremony. Therefore, the Heaven's elites were using other methods to suppress their opponents. However, Lin Ling's counterattack was brilliant. The laughter grew louder, causing the seventh prince's face to darken. However, he was the leader after all, thus he only smiled without showing any sign of anger. A toad will always be a toad, forever looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. No matter how loud you are, you're still a toad if you can't gain the acknowledgement of the host. Saying this, he continued to drink. Of course, the people did not comment on his words. They just thought that the seventh prince was trying to show off because he did not want to lose face. This Lin Ling is so stupid to have offended the seventh prince. You should know that the seventh prince is a trial tester, and I heard that he is a 3-star trial tester. Duan Wuhan suddenly sneered. He knew that Lin Ling had thoroughly offended the seventh prince. The seventh prince was noble, powerful, and talented. Even Duan Wuhan, the first bloodline of the Duan family, did not dare to underestimate him. Lin Ling was simply courting death by clashing with him. Taking a step back, although Duan Wuhan represented the Heaven Alliance, he was only one of the leaders. He was not even the leader. On the other hand, the seventh prince was the real leader of the Seventh Imperial Alliance. Thank you for your kindness. The Immortal Temple is overwhelmed by your favor. At this moment, a loud sound of a bronze bell rang. Buddhist chants drifted in the air, causing everyone to calm down. The Immortal Temple was here. Although the Immortal Temple was a Buddhist sect, it was also an evil Buddhist sect. Therefore, their style of doing things was different from that of the Buddhist sect. Of course, the most important thing was that the saintess of the Immortal Temple had the divine fetus body. This was the reason why people came. Under countless gazes, a large number of experts slowly walked out. Not only were there people from the Immortal Temple, but there were also people from the Great Devil sect. Ironically, the Immortal Demon Alliance was formed by the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. To be called the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, their reputation must be extremely bad. However, for the divine fetus body, all the heroes regarded the 9 prefectures' 10 evils as the 9 prefectures' big forces. Therefore, everything was for the sake of benefits. Great Elder, Great Devil Elder, it's an honor to meet you. At this moment, everyone stood up and bowed slightly. On the surface, they were obviously doing a very good job of being polite. Greetings, greetings! That immortal temple's great elder revealed a faint smile. His appearance was benevolent, as if he was an old monk of virtue and prestige. The impression he gave others was quite good. Young Master Wu Hen, 7th Prince, Duguijian, Crown Prince Xianxia. Then, the great elder looked at the Tianhao and continued to call out names one by one. Those whose names were called out also revealed smiles on their faces, as if their qualifications to marry the saintess had greatly increased. Because to be able to be remembered by the great elder, this was not a small honor. Thanks to your arrival, the Immortal Temple is honored. There were not many people who were called out by the great elder, only a dozen or so people. However, these people were extremely famous. Not long ago, in the battle of the ancient dragon wasteland, they had made a name for themselves. It could even be said that they had become famous in one battle. Great elder is too polite. In the future, we will be a family. You are also my elder, so I should be the first to greet you. At this time, the 7th prince also stood up and smiled. He was magnanimous, neither arrogant nor servile, as expected of the emperor of emperors. However, his words were extremely cunning. He actually treated the great elder as one of his own. It was as if he had already married the saintess of the Immortal Temple. Of course, people's eyes quietly flashed. From the current situation, the great elder called out the 7th prince's name first. He, indeed, had the greatest chance. This also made many Tianhao's eyes flash, and their hearts filled with jealousy. Chapter 39:29. Goodbye, Annuaire. The saintess, they obviously would not give her up. After all, she represented the divine embryo body. Great elder. At this moment, Lin Ling also looked at the great elder indifferently. He never thought that he would see the great elder again. That year, he had met this powerhouse once. At that time, the great elder was like Mount Tai, and Lin Ling had no chance to get close. And now, he realized that the first elder wasn't too far away from him. This was also the result of his years of hard work, worthy of being the thick-skinned 7th prince. Then, Lin Ling secretly sneered. The 7th prince's words were as if he had completely become the son-in-law of the Immortal Temple. However, the 7th prince's calculations were good, but unfortunately, he was going to fail today. After the arrival of the great elder, the atmosphere gradually became lively. The powerhouses of the Great Devil Sect all sat down, but they did not speak much because they also knew how terrifying the people who appeared here today were. If they joined forces, it would not be difficult to destroy the Great Devil Sect. He also knew that the Immortal Temple fair handing over the saintess was actually forced by the situation. The great elder looked at everyone with a smile. Although it was forced by the situation, it was undeniable that everyone present was a heaven's wealth. If the saintess could walk together with them, it would be the saintess' blessing and the Immortal Temple's blessing. Among them, he was most optimistic about the 7th prince because the latter was a trial challenger. Next was Duan Wuhan. This child had awakened the Duan family's first bloodline, and his future was limitless. Oh, some people are just making up the numbers. Just as everyone was talking politely, Duan Wuhan suddenly smiled and looked in a certain direction. Everyone immediately followed his gaze and found that Duan Wuhan was looking at Lin Ling. Making up the numbers? Could it be that Duan Wuhan mocked Lin Ling as making up the numbers? No one knew him, not even the Immortal Temple. At this time, many people secretly laughed. The 7th prince also laughed sarcastically. How could a lowly commoner compare to him? Due to Lin Ling's sudden mention, the first elder and the Great Devil Sect's members furrowed their brows as they subconsciously looked towards Lin Ling's side. They clearly did not expect that this person would be so unsociable and become a thorn in their side. However, when they looked at Lin Ling, they were all confused because they had never seen this person before. However, he had a slight impression of it, as if he had seen it somewhere before. For a moment, they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. The saintess has arrived. At this moment, a voice finally rang out, causing the surroundings to instantly fall silent. Under countless gazes, a white-clothed woman with a long sword strapped to her waist slowly walked towards the central region. Upon closer inspection, this woman was extremely beautiful, like a snow lotus on an icy mountain. Her appearance was otherworldly like a fairy, and her every movement carried a wisp of celestial aura. She was like a fairy that had descended from the 9 heavens. Coupled with the legend of the divine fetus, the woman's body was shrouded in a mysterious glow. It was as if this woman's sleeves were fluttering, as if she could ride the wind and fly away at any moment. Saintess. Many people's eyes immediately narrowed. So beautiful. More people licked their lips. In their eyes, the misty rain made it seem as if a dreamlike goddess was slowly walking towards them. Saintess. The 7th prince's complexion also became dignified. His eyes were somewhat hot, and it was a kind of heat that was determined to obtain her. If the saintess was only based on her appearance, the 7th prince would not take a liking to her. However, the saintess not only had a fairy-like appearance, but also possessed a rare divine fetus, which made him extremely eager to act. Now that he had seen the saintess with his own eyes, the 7th prince discovered that in addition to these 2 major advantages, the saintess also had an extremely attractive temperament, which was indifference. Indifference to everything in the world. However, this temperament aroused the 7th prince's possessiveness. The more indifferent she was, the more he wanted to break this rule and make this woman his woman. This was the 7th prince's domineering aura. On the other side, Duan Wuhan was also extremely excited at this moment. I didn't expect this saintess to be so beautiful. Coupled with her divine fetus body, TSK, she's mine. He, Duan Wuhan, now had the first bloodline of the Duan family. If he could get a divine fetus body, then he would be the first person in the history of the Duan family. It was even possible for him to surpass the Duan lineage martial god. The entire area and even the entire city quieted down because of the appearance of a new heir. It was as if countless ordinary stars were looking at the bright moon in the sky. However, Anuer's expression was very calm. She also knew what was going to happen today. Regarding this, she obviously refused in her heart. However, she knew that if she refused, the Immortal Temple would be eradicated. Although the Immortal Temple took her away, they treated her very well. The elders of the entire Immortal Temple treated her as their granddaughter. She would remember this kindness, and she would always remember it. Therefore, regarding this marriage ceremony, she did not agree, but she also did not refuse. She even kept asking herself who she really was. Why did her heart always hurt? Why did she always think of that blue-robed young man? Why, in her dusty memories, there was a place that constantly called out to her. However, when she wanted to unravel the layers of fog, she still could not see that place. All of these mysteries made her want nothing more than to tear them apart. However, the great elder of the Immortal Temple had once divined for her. When she wanted to know everything, the truth would be revealed today, including the things she needed to know, everything that she wanted to know, everything would come to an end today. It was also because of this that she had come. Come and meet the 7th prince. At this moment, the great elder's voice drifted over, causing Inuer to immediately retract her absent-minded gaze and look at a handsome young man. The 7th prince was delighted. He never thought that he would be the first to be introduced. This meant that his chances were the greatest. He immediately stood up and swept his gaze over all of his love rivals with contempt. He was just about to speak. "Senior sister Yuer, I'm here." However, at this moment, an untimely voice interrupted him. Next, on the other side, a blue-robed young man ignored everyone's gazes and stood up with a smile. Everyone was shocked. That blue-robed young man did not understand etiquette at all. He actually turned from guest to host. After all, the great elder had called the 7th prince first. There will be a good show to watch. However, soon, many people began to sneer inwardly. Because the blue-robed young man did not understand etiquette, he would definitely be chased away by the immortal temple. Moreover, did he think that people would recognize him just because he shouted? This was simply a joke. It's him. The seventh prince was stunned. Then, he revealed a mocking smile. Trying to steal his spotlight? That would depend on whether or not he was qualified. However, Inuera did not see the crowd's mockery at all. Instead, she looked at the blue-robed young man not far away in surprise. At this moment, her frozen heart was moved. It began to shatter. It was him. Chapter 39:30. Holding your hand and growing old together. Because she'd been constantly thinking about that mysterious blue-robed young man throughout these years. Even if she still hadn't found her memories, she really missed that blue-robed young man for some unknown reason. Even though the blue-robed young man had told her everything about Inuera, it wasn't her memories. So, she returned to the temple in an attempt to find everything she had lost. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to find any memories in the end. The day of the wedding will be the day to end everything for you. She suddenly remembered what the great elder had said after the divination. Could it be because of him? Under countless gazes, Inuera moved gracefully and actually walked step by step towards the blue-robed young man. At this moment, the hearts of countless people exploded. What's going on? Isn't the holy maiden a nice beauty? Why did she run over after being seduced by someone else? You must be seeing things. Look again if you don't believe me. Screw your eyesight. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but the holy maiden is indeed walking towards the blue-robed young man. Following that, numerous exclamations of shock could be heard. You've come. Inuera's speed was slow at first, but she gradually sped up. Linling also walked out with a smile. His handsome face had a hint of excitement. I'm coming. No matter where you are, I'll come. In just a few steps, Linling had already arrived in front of Inuera. The two of them seemed to ignore everyone in the world as they looked at each other indifferently. Perhaps in their eyes, the world had already disappeared, and the only thing left was each other. It was like a marriage that spanned thousands of generations. I knew you would come today. My intuition told me on the day of the divination. Inuera was also very excited. She suddenly smiled. With this smile, the flowers dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight of this. Smile? The iceberg beauty also smiled. This was even rarer than snow in June. Moreover, the holy maiden was smiling for the blue-robed young man. This time, not only were the people shocked, even the heavenly tycoons were enraged. Among them, the seventh prince and Duan Wuhan stood there in a daze, as if they had been struck dumb. Especially the seventh prince, who was the first to be introduced and was planning to bask in the envious gazes of everyone. However, the outcome was that the light that belonged to him had been seized away by the blue-robed young man. One had to know that he had previously mocked the blue-robed youth for being a fake. But now, he was like a toad lusting after a swan. That's enough. The seventh prince immediately roared. Shut up. However, Linling did not even look at him. His eyes were still looking at Inuera and gradually became gentle. You've lost weight. A soft voice came out of Linling's mouth. Yeah, you too. Inuera nodded and looked at Linling with concern. Along the way, there have been a lot of troubles. Perhaps it's because of this that you've lost weight. But in the end, I still found you. Linling smiled, and a blue lotus appeared in his hand. Then, he held Inuera's hand and gently placed it on her small hand. Hold it, and you'll remember everything. Inuera did not reject, and allowed Linling to hold her small hand. Then, she held the bright blue lotus. This lotus looked ordinary, but it emitted a gentle light that made Inuera feel extremely comfortable. I like it a lot. Inuera suddenly smiled like a little girl. Linling also smiled. However, he knew that this blue lotus was not simple. It was the three lifetimes bridge of helplessness. It could restore one's memory and unlock all seals. This rare divine flower was bought by Linling at God's store at a high price. Then he quietly held Inuera's hand, and the two of them seemed to have walked through thousands of centuries. And Yu didn't react at first, but gradually her eyes began to change because the scene around her had completely changed. She seemed to have returned to the Guyin sect. She even saw that stubborn youth. It was Linling. Everything was quietly returning to him at this moment. She seemed to be walking on a small road in the countryside with the youth under the warm sun. The surroundings were very peaceful, and the little flowers by the roadside were very beautiful. Gradually, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom changed, and her clan was annihilated. However, it was the youth who descended from the sky, holding her hand. When she was at her weakest, he brought her through the wind and rain. Her eyes gradually became moist. Her memories were constantly recovering. Finally, it stopped at the Kaiyuan River. The youth of the past had become an indomitable expert. He stepped into the forbidden ground alone, walked through thousands of mountains and rivers, and finally found her. And Yuer's change was obviously noticed by the Grand Elder. He immediately frowned, stared at the blue lotus, and finally sighed softly. He once divined in Yuer's fate and knew that in Yuer's fate would end today. Therefore, he also agreed to start this wedding ceremony. However, he never expected that the person who solved the fate was actually that youth. "It's him, I finally remember." "Yes," the first elder muttered to himself. He remembered Linling. That youth seemed to be from Qingzhou, and in the past, he was an extremely weak existence. At that time, he also met him once. He even saw Linling pestering the Saint Lady. So he also let the Saint Lady kill Linling. For this, Linling was stabbed by the Saint Lady. However, in the days after that, he found that the Saint Lady seemed to have something on her mind every day. Moreover, through continuous observation, he knew that the Saint Lady was heartbroken for that youth. This also made him secretly investigate the youth's background. He found out that the youth's background was very ordinary, and he was not worthy of the Immortal Temple's Saint Lady. However, now, he finally knew how terrifying that youth was. He actually rose step by step from a passerby, and even reached this place. It was easy to say, but the process was difficult. He could imagine. That young man really liked the saintess. Perhaps this is karma. Sigh. The Grand Elder sighed in his heart. Compared to his soft sigh, the heavenly heroes were furious. That was because that blue-robed youth was actually holding the Saint Lady's hand. Not only that, he actually gave her a flower. Most importantly, the Saint Lady actually accepted that flower, and she even looked very happy. This made their jealousy erupt like a volcano. In fact, many people had already prepared bright flowers, but because they could not give them away, they were so angry that their teeth were itching. It's just a lousy lotus. It's a disgrace to the Saint Lady's status. Sigh. Someone who couldn't eat the grapes sneered. That's right, that lotus doesn't have any power. It must be a cheap item. Sigh. Someone else added. Because they could not see the origin of the 3 lives, 3 worlds bridge of helplessness. Their words were also sour. However, for those who were watching the show, they did not see it that way. Chapter 39-31. Selecting a son-in-law. The surrounding scene also changed because of this. In the end, they even saw that under the light of the lotus, it was already a young man and a young woman. They held hands and bathed in the warm sunlight, representing pure love. So beautiful. Finally, an old man shouted. This sentence also caused many people to nod their heads, because in their eyes, the young woman was holy and the young man was handsome. They were like a match made in heaven, holding your hand, growing old together. Especially for some women, this scene was romantic and beautiful. They also hoped that in the future, there would be a man holding their hand under countless gazes, going through all kinds of ups and downs. The entire ancient city was undoubtedly silent. This kid, what a good method! The unrestrained sword martial god kept looking at Linling. The corners of his mouth curved into an excited smile. He clearly did not expect that Linling would be able to win the heart of the Immortal Temple's saintess from the hands of the Tianhao. This was a ruthless slap to the faces of those Tianhao. Didn't you say that I was just making up the numbers? Didn't you say that I was a toad? Now, the saintess's hand was held by him. Then who was the toad? This was not only a slap. It was a refreshing slap. The gentle light gradually disappeared. The light was gorgeous and blurry, but the young man and young woman in the light slowly grew up, and everything returned to normal in the end. However, the one who changed was Immortal, because her delicate little face was already full of tears. The tears fell on the ground like blooming flowers. Lin Ling. Under countless shocked gazes, she suddenly hugged Lin Ling and cried like a little girl. Meanwhile, Lin Ling also smiled excitedly. Senior sister Yuer finally recovered her memories. Fuck. Seeing this, the eyes of the Tianhao were spitting fire. All right, senior sister Yuer, you go first. At this time, Lin Ling patted in Yuer's shoulder and said. This pat once again caused an uproar among the Tianhao. Everyone wanted to chop off Lin Ling's arm. No, I want to go with you. However, and Yuer stubbornly shook her head. Lin Ling smiled and said confidently, we have been separated for so many years. Since we met again, let's treat it as me marrying you again. I want you to come back in glory, and I want everyone to know that you are my Lin Ling's woman. Lin Ling's last sentence was filled with a man's domineering aura and unwavering determination. And Yuer stared at the affectionate man in front of her with her beautiful eyes. She was stunned for a moment before she nodded. Although she didn't know why Lin Ling said that, she believed in Lin Ling. I'll wait for you. And Yuer looked at Lin Ling reluctantly and walked over to the first elder. However, her I'll wait for you undoubtedly broke the hearts of countless people. It was as if they were watching a beautiful woman leave, as if they were watching a powerful divine fetus fly away and land on the blue-robed youth's body. Then, the blue-robed youth sullied it. How could they swallow this anger? First Elder, Duan Wuhan immediately roared out. However, the First Elder didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Yuer and saw that her eyes were much clearer. He also knew that the Saintess had recovered her memories. After recovering her memories, the Saintess was no longer as flawless as she was in the past. This made him sigh in his heart. From the perspective of the Immortal Temple, he didn't want the Saintess to recover her memories. This was because the Saintess was flawless and untainted by the mortal world. She shouldn't have any mortal memories. But from a personal point of view, he was happy for the Saintess. This was because he had been with the Saintess all these years. He had carefully guided the Saintess and wanted the Saintess to take over the Immortal Temple. After a long time, even if he was unfeeling and callous like an evil Buddha, he was still moved by that kind of affection. And that was familial love. He clearly regarded Yuer as his own granddaughter. Therefore, when Duan Wuhan spoke, he didn't speak. If the Saintess could be happy, he would rather the Saintess follow that youth. First Elder. However, Yuer nodded to the First Elder. The First Elder was stunned. He understood the Saintess' meaning. She wanted the wedding ceremony to continue. But the First Elder couldn't help but glance at Lin Ling. He knew in his heart that with Lin Ling alone, he couldn't compare to the various Tianhao. If the wedding ceremony is interrupted, those guys will use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Yuer also smiled. I know, but compared to the Immortal Temple, you are more important. The First Elder sighed and suddenly transmitted his voice. Right now, he didn't seem like an evil Buddha who killed people like scything flax. He was more like an old man who was worried about his granddaughter. Buddha also had emotions. Evil also had emotions. Don't worry, I believe in him. And Yuer's heart warmed. This made the First Elder frown. He still doubted Lin Ling because only he knew how powerful the Tianhao present were. But since things had come to this, he could only nod. Next, the wedding ceremony will continue. When his voice was heard, the entire ancient city cheered. The people who were watching the show clearly didn't want things to end so quickly, because they were here to broaden their horizons. They wanted to see who was more nouveau riche and could throw out a large number of divine artifacts. As for the Tianhao, they were also excited. Previously, they had thought that the duck in their mouth would fly away. Luckily, the Immortal Temple was sensible and knew how to behave. Then, The Tianhao looked at Lin Ling mockingly, as if mocking Lin Ling for being weak and powerless. Even if he won the Saintess heart, it was useless because the Saintess belonged to them. In this world, strength is everything. Only the strong can be respected. That's right. The Saintess doesn't understand this yet. But in the future, I believe she will understand. The so-called love is actually built on strength. That kid is so pitiful. He can only watch the beauty leave. I'm afraid after tomorrow, he will suffer a fate worse than death. Maybe he will drown his sorrows in alcohol. He might even get drunk to death. The Tianhao regained their confidence from before. Duan Wuhin and the seventh prince looked at each other and raised their wine cups. Then, the two of them looked at Lin Ling at the same time. Although they didn't say a word, their eyes were full of mockery. Lin Ling laughed, raised his wine cup, and drank without saying anything else. Great Elder, there are many people who want to marry the Saintess. Why don't you say a condition and then keep sifting through them? Let's filter out those who are just here to make up the numbers. How about that? At that moment, someone spoke up. Yes. Let's compare strength, talent, status, and background. No matter what, the Saintess has to find a good family to be worthy of the Immortal Temple. The others immediately agreed. Hearing that, the Great Elder looked at Nuer again, because he knew that once he agreed, there would be no turning back. After all, if someone won in the end, and it wasn't Lin Ling, and Nuer couldn't go back on her words. Otherwise, the Immortal Temple would be destroyed. Chapter 39-32. Clover. They had the leader of an overlord with them. Taking a step back, Duan Wuhin also had a great background. He was a leader of the Heavenly Alliance and came here on behalf of the Heavenly Alliance. That guy could not be compared with others at all. Then let's do the screening. After cursing inwardly, the first elder looked at the crowd helplessly and said, Good. The Holy Maiden is a divine fetus, so anyone who wants to be a match for her must be someone with outstanding talent, right? Suddenly, someone shouted, That's right. Great talent, great status, and great background. Let's use this as a filter. As for the martial art competition, there's no need. After all, today is a joyous day. More and more people nodded in agreement, intending to use 3 criteria to filter out the candidates. The first was naturally talent. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of a Nuer? When it came to talent, all the Tianhao experts smiled confidently. Since they were able to become Tianhao experts, how could their talent be weak? You actually want to compare talents? This old man is untalented, so I'll borrow a clover to test you. At this moment, a respected senior smiled faintly and waved his right hand. A stream of light appeared and landed on the ground. Then it quietly grew, and a fragrance quietly spread out. Clover? This is the 3 leaves, old man. Many people stared at that senior and suddenly understood. This person was a martial god, famous in the final world. He was a duke and had a romantic love story with his wife. Thus, he was extremely loyal to love and would help his loved ones. The 3-leaf clover was cultivated by him. Not only could it be used to test one's talent, it could also be used to assist one's cultivation. According to legend, when one's talent reached a certain level, the 3-leaf clover would bloom. The more beautiful the flower, the higher the talent. If he could make the flower soar into the sky, that would be a beautiful and shocking thing. All right, let's use the 3-leaf clover. Many people nodded in agreement. Today was the wedding day. In order to please the beauty, it was better to use beautiful and romantic things. The clover represented love, so it was very suitable. I'll go first. After the 3-leaf clover grew on the ground, a prideful Tianhao walked up to it. When he got close, a mysterious force rushed into the 3-leaf clover. The 3-leaf clover that was as tall as a person swayed quietly. Suddenly, a flower bud bloomed. It was about the size of a palm and was pitch black. This guy's talent is really ugly. He actually has a black flower, and it's only the size of a palm. I'm afraid it's only a 4th-grade talent. Shameful. Seeing this, many people immediately laughed sarcastically. Tianhao's expression was also extremely ugly. In the end, he left the central region with his tail between his legs. Obviously, he also knew that although his identity was not bad and he had a strong background, his talent was not very good and he was eliminated. If you want the flower to bloom brilliantly, then you need to be talented. If you want the flower to bloom high enough to reach the 9 heavens, then you need to be strong. The 3 leaves old man explained with a smile. Let me. Another Tianhao had made his move, displaying his talent and strength. Bang! The clover shot out like a firework, blooming into a beautiful flower bud in the sky, shocking the entire city. Because this flower was incomparably gorgeous, it instantly moved the hearts of many girls. The flower is not bad. Unfortunately, the color is too dim. Let me do it. Another Tianhao had made his move. He was not weak and could make the flower soar to the 9 heavens. Most importantly, his flower was obviously bigger than the previous one. This Tianhao's talent had probably reached the 7th grade. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. However, the more powerful Tianhao had yet to come. This was because someone's talent had reached the 8th grade. He was like the king of flowers. After blooming, the sky was filled with brilliant light. After activating it, he immediately looked at Inuera, wanting to please the beauty. Of course, Inuera still looked at him coldly. There's no 8th grade talent. Looks like he's going to be eliminated. As time passed, many people also saw some shortcomings. They're all a bunch of insignificant people. At this time, Duan Wuhan finally walked out and displayed his talent. In the sky, an unprecedentedly huge petal bloomed. It was green. After appearing in the sky, it was incomparably huge and extremely beautiful. After the petals gradually dispersed, endless green light sprinkled down like a meteor shower. So beautiful. This scene undoubtedly shocked many people, because Duan Wuhan was also the most beautiful person to display his talents so far. This also meant that he had a higher chance of getting the saint than the previous people. Duan Wuhan is already so powerful. What if it's the 7th prince? Suddenly, someone looked at the 7th prince. The 7th prince smiled and walked forward proudly. His talent was on display. This time, countless people were also looking forward to it. Almost at the same time, the clover swayed slightly. Then, several golden dragons soared into the sky and intertwined, forming a huge golden dragon flower in the sky. This flower was so huge that it was even more magnificent than the ancient city. It could be seen clearly from thousands of miles away. Moreover, this flower represented endless nobility and glory. This was also the most gorgeous, most beautiful, and even the noblest flower to date. I'm afraid his talent has reached grade 10. Moreover, his flower can fly so high. I'm afraid his strength is not weak in the martial god realm. The Clover Elder also shouted in shock. His words made countless people's pupils tremble. The 7th prince was indeed powerful. As for the 7th prince, he had his hands behind his back. He looked elegant as he slowly walked back. Without a doubt, his blossoming immediately made the Tianhao lose their luster. He was the number 1 person now. However, the Tianhao clenched their teeth. Although they could not compare to the 7th prince, at least they had not been eliminated. After all, as long as they reached the 8th grade ultimate desolate body, they would be qualified to match the saint. There were still 2 more selections. It was too early to determine who would emerge victorious. Not bad, not bad. Next, let's proceed to the 2nd selection. Duan Wuhan's expression turned ugly as he said coldly. In terms of talent, he was inferior to the 7th prince, but he was confident that he could turn the tables in the next 2 selections. Then let's prepare for the 2nd selection. Seeing the restless looks of the crowd, the great elder could not help but nod his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Hold on, I don't think I've displayed my talent yet. The moment the voice was heard, everyone was stunned. Following that, everyone looked at the person who spoke and realized that it was Lin Ling. This time, the Tianhao were stunned. This was because from the beginning, they had not expected Lin Ling to display any talent. Forget it. I estimate that you are at most a third-grade talent. A Tianhao said disdainfully. The spectators outside were also getting impatient. That guy was not a famous Tianhao, so he was wasting his time. A third-grade talent? That does seem to be the case. Chapter 39-33. 100 flowers kill. Ha ha ha. Laughter could not help but ring out. That guy was here to embarrass himself. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling was indeed a third-grade talent, so there was no need for him to deny it. However, did he only have one type of talent? Let him show off. Everyone has a chance. The great elder looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of disappointment, but he also secretly spoke up for Lin Ling. The great elder is benevolent. That kind of brat will only embarrass himself. I doubt if he can make the three-leaf clover bloom. Seeing that the great elder had agreed, the Tianhao did not dare to object. However, after sitting down, they immediately began to mock and ridicule. Haha, must you embarrass yourself? The seventh prince was drinking wine, but his words were full of contempt. Obviously, he did not think that Lin Ling was his opponent. How could Lin Ling's flowers be as beautiful and noble as his? However, he did not intend to stop Lin Ling. In fact, he even supported Lin Ling to take the test, because only by taking the test could he let Lin Ling know how lowly he was. Lin Ling? As for Duan Wuhan, he also revealed a sarcastic smile. He knew that Lin Ling's talent was very powerful and was not as simple as it seemed. However, he also knew that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he could not compare to him and Duan Wuhan. This was also the reason why he did not speak up before. He was too lazy to talk about Lin Ling's talent. Anyway, it was just a flash in the pan. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling also walked out step by step. His face was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Many people secretly scolded Lin Ling for being shameless and pestering the saintess. On the contrary, Inuera looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Beside her, the great elder wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed. Now, he was afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated. At that time, the saintess would have to marry someone else. His heart ached when he saw the saintess washing her face with tears every day. Brat, work harder. If you can't do it, just say that your old injury is acting up today and you are not allowed to use your realm essence. I will guarantee that you will enter the second round. In the end, the great elder could not help but secretly sent a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. Then, he looked at the elder with disdain and sent a message. Get lost. Hearing this, the great elder was stunned. There were only countless words of concern in his heart. Help you get struck by lightning out of kindness? Although he knew that Lin Ling would be eliminated sooner or later in the next 2 rounds, he still gave him a chance, a hope. But the brat asked him, when my flowers bloom, 100 flowers kill flowers. Just as the great elder was about to fly into a rage, Lin Ling's voice floated over again, leaving the great elder dumbfounded. What? How could a third-grade talent be so arrogant? 100 flower kill? Kill your sister. He could no longer bear to see this. As for Lin Ling, he had already stopped in front of the 3-leaf clover. He closed his eyes and was preparing his Dantian's talent. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling did not even have the strength to make the 3-leaf clover bloom. People could not help but laugh. But at this moment, the flower finally bloomed. It was very dim and tiny. Although it was rushing towards the sky, it was like the light of a star. This was because this was Lin Ling's lightning dantian. It was the weakest. This brat doesn't even have an ultimate desolate body, right? Many people rubbed their eyes. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. But at this moment, the 3-leaf clover swayed once again. A new petal bloomed and rushed towards the sky. These 2 talents? All the laughter from before froze. It's only a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body. Although some people were surprised, they still spoke with disdain. However, was that all they were surprised about? Before the green petal reached the sky, the 3-leaf clover swayed once again. A resplendent flower bud appeared and rose into the sky again. Previously, it was the supreme Netherwind Dragon. This time, it was the Heavenly Dragon talent. It was a 5th grade talent. The central region suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. 3 talents? Even the 7th prince furrowed his brows. He never expected that this guy would be so capable. Pung! At this moment, the 3-leaf clover swayed again. Another flower soared into the sky. This was the realm-devouring beast. Pung! However, this was not the end. Following that, the 5th flower bloomed. This flower was not only huge, but it was also extremely strange. It was colorful. After it rushed into the sky, 5 petals appeared in the sky. They were slowly blooming, scattering endless brilliance. The entire city fell silent. Those who mocked Linling previously trembled. This was because this was the blooming of 5 flowers. Furthermore, these flowers were of different colors. After they bloomed in the sky, they formed a beautiful and flawless scene. This was the only case of 5 flowers blooming so far. Good, good, good. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I never thought I would be able to see 5 flowers blooming in my lifetime. The 3-leaf clover was the most excited. It was rare to see someone with 5 talents. Until now, he had only seen a martial artist with 3 talents. Pa pa pa. The sky was beautiful and gorgeous like fireworks blooming. The ground was silent. Countless people looked up at the sky, afraid that they would miss the most beautiful scene in their lives. The first elder's body trembled. He looked at the sky in disbelief. He was more excited than anyone else. And Yuera smiled. Her smile was beautiful and moved because she knew that this was a flower that Linling had given her. Beautiful, she muttered to herself. There was no flower in this world that could compare to a flower given by a lover. Oomph. However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded, interrupting everyone's shock. It was the 7th prince. He drank his wine and said disdainfully, "They're just ordinary flowers. So what if they bloom?" He was obviously mocking Linling for his low talent level. Although he had many talents, they were just ordinary flowers. Hearing this, Linling turned to look at the 7th prince without saying a word. "In front of my golden dragon flower, yours is just an ordinary flower. You're just a toad." The 7th prince also looked at Linling, as if he was afraid that Linling did not understand the meaning of his words. "If one day you realize that yours is an ordinary flower, I wonder if you will admit that you are a toad?" Linling said calmly. "Haha, do you think that is possible?" Hearing this, the 7th prince laughed loudly. His laughter was full of sarcasm. It was a joke. Bang! Almost at the same time, Linling gently stomped his foot on the ground. The 3-leaf clover swayed crazily. Golden light shot into the sky. Endless imperial might. It was as if the human king had descended. Rumble. A bright shooting star rushed into the sky. Then it bloomed, sprinkling down the world's most beautiful bud. It was brilliant and lit up the sky. This flower was so big that it occupied the entire ancient dragon wasteland. This was the divine fetus, the flame of the human king. When my flower blooms, hundreds of flowers will die. At this moment,